Good evening. Today is August 20th, 2026. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Anna Braun.
Here.
Timothy Cummings.
Here.
Antonetti Bola.
Here.
Jamie Falco.
Here.
Louis Figueroa. Lori Herrick.
Here.
Lee Woo Hung. Here. Wilbur Pan.
Here.
Mary Ann Tanios.
Here, we have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed and acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of the Act, the East Brunswick Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted at the Board of Education offices located at 760 Route 18, East Brunswick, New Jersey. Notice was provided on the district's website at www.ebnet.org under the Legal Notices hyperlink. Written notice was also provided to the Newark Star Ledger, the Home News Tribune, the Alternative Press of East Brunswick, and the Municipal Clerk of East Brunswick. All Board of Education meetings, with the exception of executive session discussions, are videotaped for later broadcast. It is the policy of the Board of Education that videotaped meetings are not edited for any purpose. Individuals who speak at the board's public meetings should be aware of these videotaping rules. We have a need for a closed session. Whereas the Board of Education must discuss matters which are not appropriate for discussion in a public meeting, and whereas these subjects are within the exception to the Open Public Meetings Act and are permitted to be discussed in closed session pursuant to NJSA 10-4-12B, and whereas the Board of Education intends to discuss matters as outlined in the agenda, whereas the length of the closed session is estimated to be 1 hour, after which public meeting of the board shall reconvene and action will be taken, now therefore be it resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education will recess into closed session for only the aforesaid subjects, and be it further resolved that the East Brunswick Board of Education hereby declares that its discussions of the aforesaid subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure, in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We are in closed. See you in 1 hour. All right. Good evening, everyone. We are back from closed session. Before we begin, on behalf of the Board of Ed, I want to acknowledge and take a moment to acknowledge the heartbreaking loss of one of our students. This loss was felt deeply across our entire school community, and our hearts are with the student's family, friends, and all of our teachers, and everybody whose lives that student touched. As a school community, we stand together during this incredibly difficult time, and I ask that we now observe a moment of silence in remembrance of this student and for all those who are grieving their loss. Thank you, everyone. All right, we are moving on to our superintendent's report.
Good evening. I do not have my customary superintendent report. I'm going to yield my time to Dr. Bouchard. But first, a few things. I just want to say that I've been spending time in each of our buildings and our facilities look fantastic. So my thanks to all our hardworking staff for their dedication in getting our classrooms ready for a wonderful year ahead. Irwin is getting a new roof, but we'll be ready to open. So you drive past it, it looks a little, like work's going on, but it's going to be okay. We're opening. Just a few important reminders. Student schedules and teacher assignments will be released tomorrow, Friday, August 21st, at 12 noon via the parent access. But you must submit your student forms before you can view schedule details. So if you are not able to view them, it's because you did not fill out the form. You must fill out the student form, submit it, and you'll be able to see the schedule details. Bus passes will be available for eligible students on Monday, August 24th, after 3 p.m. via the parent access. And then keep an eye next week for my back-to-school video. And I have a surprise guest that's joining me. We look forward to welcoming our staff back on Monday, August 31st, and our students on Wednesday, September 2nd. Enjoy these last few final days of the summer. Dr. Bouchard.
I want to say thank you, Dr. Mammon, the board, for allowing me to come and just provide a recap of the decision-making and why we ultimately made the decision to move away from the traditional midterm and final. So before I get into the presentation itself, we did create an FAQ. We try to think of as many questions that could possibly be answered in a one-stop shop document. It has been posted to the high school website. So if you just go to the high school website and you scroll down, there's a thumbnail. It's 8 pages of questions and answers. That's going to provide a little more thorough than, say, just a recap of a presentation, or it might just provide additional information to this recap. So as we were going through the process, the 3 main things that we were focused on, right, is, of course, maintaining rigor. The academic rigor is what East Brunswick is known for. We wanted to look at how we are assessing students and improve that process. And then ultimately, we only get 180 days with our students, so we want to protect that instructional time. So before we get into the East Brunswick data, which is going to be later in the presentation, looking at the foundation of research, right? So these are just a couple major studies that were done. These are meta-analyses. So it's not just an individual study that fits the narrative. It's a study of studies, right? So you're looking at a series of hundreds of studies, thousands of students across the country, across the world, and ultimately what it shows. So in the top left where it says formative assessment improves achievement, so the Hedges G, I'm not a quantitative guy. It's the impact size or the effect size, but the larger the number, the more statistical relevance it has. So a 0.25 on a traditional assessment model where feedback's not necessarily being provided as students progress, they perform worse than if they were, say, to get feedback while they are still learning. So when you look at our midterms or finals, the way that's currently structured is when students take a final, there is no additional feedback. It's over. Even, and to no fault of any of our teachers, based on the pacing of guides, when students took midterms, they took the midterm and then it was right on to new content, right? So the data does show that students do perform better when, again, feedback is given to them. The one on the top right, retrieval works without a high-stakes final. So, of course, when testing is, of course, very important. It's not going to go anywhere. Students are still going to be assessed continuously, but with more specific feedback. So when it's distributed across the course and not just on one exam, again, students do perform better. Now, on the bottom left, we're not just shifting to, say, project-based learning. That's not what we're doing in any specific course, right? But I know we have some former teachers on the board, but we were all students, and I'm sure when we walked into those classrooms, we remember the students will be able to, or today we will learn to, right? So Bloom's taxonomy, those are, the student learning objectives, how they're going to actually show mastery on the material, right? And when you actually look at Bloom's taxonomy, and that goes back to 1950s, and it's still in place today, right? They've just revised some of the terms. Recall, just being able to recall information is the lowest. Being able to create with the information you learned has the highest impact on student learning, right? And then finally, the bottom right, and even though it's known, but now this just shows the studies, the 238 different studies over 30 years. High stakes assessment creates stress. When there's stress, students don't perform as well. And the study was able to show that a single assessment, high stakes assessment, may be measuring just as much stress level and stress response as it is on content mastery, right? So I'm going back to probably my last year teaching. It was 2015, 2016. A very, very high achieving district, very local to us, West Windsor, Plainsboro. So they have 2 high schools, north and south. They were one of the first major districts to completely scrap midterms and finals, right? And their main focus was on the well-being of their students, the mental health of their students. So their main reason was, this is a more new study, but that was the whole concept on student mental health. However, part of it was giving students continuous feedback as they progress throughout the year. And so some of the same concerns that, I'm on social media, I see some of the concerns, right? Some of the same concerns that are being raised now are the same concerns they faced in 2015. And I don't know if it's going to provide peace of mind, but West Windsor, Plainsboro, North and South are still 2 of the top, possibly the top ranked public school systems in the state. They continue to send their kids to the most prestigious universities. It has not derailed them in any capacity. The students are still very high achieving because, again, they move to more of a cumulative style assessment structure. I know there's been concerns like, are we lowering the rigor? Are we lowering the standards? Are we still preparing students for college? And I will say, when you try to compare high school in any capacity to college or a university, it's always going to be a little bit of apples and oranges. There's still a fruit, but it's different, right? So I looked at Rutgers, I looked at Princeton, same amount of instructional time, right? So for a 3-credit course, you're in class for 3 hours a week. Block scheduling, it's just about the same. Their midterms are the second week of October. Under our structure, the students were taking their midterms at the end of January. So they were, again, apples and oranges, right? But our students were expected to remember 4 or 5 months of instruction. In a college, you're remembering a month and a half. Different. No college course, at least that I know of, spends instructional time doing full-on reviews, providing in-depth study guides. You're expected to really study it on your own. But that's why high school is not college, right? Like, we want to, of course, prepare them for the rigor, but to try to mirror what a college does is just not the same. Our students take 40 credits a year. Full-time college students, it's anywhere from 24 credits to 30 credits. You can take up to 19 under tuition, but none of your college advisors will advise you to do that. But even in that sense, right, so college student would be taking, say, 5 midterms mid of October. Our students would be taking 8. I want to start with really what changes really the structure of stopping instruction twice a year, right? When we were moving the traditional exam schedule, they were pretty set in stone. Last year we had that issue where the snow came pretty heavy right before midterms, but then A day had more review time than B day, and then that would have been inequitable. And so we had to push the midterm exams, and that's what really, honestly, forced us to then focus, like, well, what are we using the midterms for? So we are looking to remove, or we did remove the traditional exam schedule, which includes those dedicated exam days, the excessive review and prep time, which is going to be on a later slide. It'll show you how much time we're getting back into our classrooms, and that one-size-fits-all structure. The keep and revise are pretty linked because I will say our classes, our teachers do a phenomenal job providing instruction to our students, assessing our students. Our students perform extremely well on whether it's the state assessments, whether it's the AP assessments, that will again be covered. But primarily what we're looking to do again is that cumulative learning. I'm going to show you an example in a second of what a cumulative assessment may look like just question-wise. Very specifically being standards alignment, and when it's a common assessment that's standards aligned, you can actually see where students measure against that standard collectively. Of course, all of our assessments currently are still aligned to state standards, but it may be different questions. When you have common assessments, it allows us to truly dive in and measure against the state learning standard. This was the old structure of our midterms and finals. The reason why I have the slide up is just to show, like, already, even though the midterms and finals, they were set at, say it was like 2 hours and change each, the exam itself was only structured to be 90 minutes, and even then, it wasn't actually structured to be 90 minutes, trying to provide time as much as possible for the accommodations for extended time. Our blocks are 83 minutes long already. It's actually a little longer in some of the periods at Churchill just because they have the 4 lunches. We only have 3. It's a little easier to balance at the high school. The classes themselves are still taking those rigorous assessments. It's being done during the class itself and not in the standalone schedule. So students are absolutely still going to be taking assessments during the regular block, and they're still going to be very challenging. So when we took a little bit of a deep dive on how much time was actually being used on just the midterms and finals, so it was already straight 8 days of assessments, but none of the classes ever just dove right into just assessing the students. So at least one A day, one B day was being used for review. So that brought us for midterms and finals up to 12 days of instruction dedicated to just 2 exams. However, depending on, because it's never perfect pacing, right? Depending on when a unit may end, teachers don't want to cover a whole new, say, section before the midterm exam. And so sometimes it turned into, say, 2 A days, 2 B days. So at that point, it was 16 days of instruction lost to just review and exam, and that doesn't include giving teachers time to then even review the midterm and final, or really midterm, with the students. So looking at the old structure, it was review, the exam with the set schedule, half-day schedule, and then they jumped right into new learning, which is what I mentioned before. Under, say, the new structure, there's going to be continuous instruction. Students are going to get assessed. They get the feedback on that assessment. As part of the response on that cumulative exam, they're going to have to be able to recall and apply what they learned previously on their next assessment, and then they continue to learn and progress. So students are still going to have to learn across the course of the year and be able to recall across the course of the year. Just the difference is not whether students are assessed, it's when, how, and why. So I'm a history teacher at heart, all right? If I couldn't provide a math or science, so history is where I'm at. So cumulative assessment in history, right? So the New Deal, the Great Depression, federal government stepped in pretty heavy, provided a ton of relief to American citizens, businesses, banks, right? So as part of that, students may have to recall a few of those, explain them. That's the first test. So then new instruction occurs as they progress through the 30s, early 40s, and then on that next assessment, it may be that students have to now apply a more recent event, such as during COVID, when the federal government stepped in again with the PPP loans, right, that provided a ton of relief. Students are going to have to align that with, say, what some of the programs in the New Deal. So now they're still applying previously learned material on their next assessment. They have to be able to recall it and show it. So we're not changing courses. It's going to be the same courses, and it's going to be the same rigor. It's just we're not having the term, midterm, and final. I am more of a qualitative guy, natural history. I love storytelling. So with the Principals Council, so it's roughly 100 student leaders in the building. It's like the president, vice president, sometimes it's their board of all our student organizations. We meet monthly, just go over various topics. So in February, it was right after midterms were taken. No decision was made at that point. We were still just looking at things. And I wanted to hear from them. So even though I had all those questions up and I asked them to just start having conversations with each other first, when we opened it up to the group, the main questions that really kind of took over the meeting were 2, 3, and 6. You know, do midterms accurately reflect student learning? Why or why not? And this is in the words of students, right? So one of our students who's very likely moving into her college now at an Ivy League school, she said in front of the group, and it stuck with me, you know, if you were to give me that same exact test today that I took for my midterm, I wouldn't pass. It was all short-term memorization. I crammed the night before. I crammed the morning of. I crammed up to the minute when that exam was passed out. As soon as I got it, I answered as quickly as I possibly could, and then it's all gone. And then the 99 other kids in the room are just nodding their head in agreement. Number 3, like, how did midterms impact stress levels and workload? You know, we had a number of students in that group say, you know, I studied, I prepared, I created note cards, Quizlets, Kahoots. I studied. As soon as I sat down, that test came in front of me, I went blank. So that ties back into even that study that I mentioned before about that stress indicator, that it does absolutely impact student performance, but it doesn't necessarily reflect what the students know. And then number 6, do students prepare differently for midterms than regular tests? So again, it's a wide variety of students. We have some academic students, honors, AP. all of those students did say, like, I'm still studying for my AP exams, my honor exams, my chemistry test that's coming up. They are still spending time, because if you don't study, even for a traditional chapter test, a unit test, you are going to fail. However, the difference on a chapter test or a unit test is that it's over the span, like less materials being expected of the students. So part of the feedback from the students were, it's a different question, like what would you change? So teachers cover, say it's 40 different topics from marking period 1, marking period 2. All 40 are listed on the study guide, but then the exam may only have 30 of those 40. All right, so they recommended possibly changing that, where only things that are going to be on the exam specifically are specifically listed. But again, the qualitative portion of it, the students, and then after they gave their answers, when they found out that a lot of the local high schools aren't expecting their students to take midterms, or they were a little upset, to say the least. And that's, I will say, I reached out to all the principals in the county. I got back a majority of responses, but some districts are using quarterlies. But I'm going to, as you saw before, like, you're not getting back that instructional time if you have a very set schedule on assessment. In fact, it may have actually impact more days on a quarterly than it did for a midterm and final. Some just scrapped the midterm and they kept the final. When I dug a little deeper and I talked to the principals, they said that for the most part they kept the finals in place, more so to help with like student behavior at the end of the school year, to keep them structured. However, some did say they kept it because they still view it as a valid assessment. It did vary depending on the district. I looked outside the county, of course, East Brunswick, we were extremely high achieving. In the county, you're up there with J.P. Stevens, South Brunswick, Monroe. That's who our county comparisons may be. But then outside the county, looked at Montgomery, again, a very high achieving district, very similar demographics to us. They have about 1,800 students. We're at 2,100 at just the high school. They don't have midterms, but they have a balance of like finals, like some classes have finals, but a lot of them are project-based or portfolio-based. And again, West Windsor Plainsboro reached out to the principal of North, spoke with him, and again, the students are doing well. I can't stress that enough. They're doing really well. Let's see. The main part of this slide really is just that, and I think I mentioned this before, like assessment should not simply produce a grade. It needs to produce information, because then with that information, we can identify the student learning gaps, which then gives teachers the information they need to actually take action and allows them to respond. And because we're getting back up to possibly 16 days of time, that gives teachers enough time then to be able to work with the students. At the high school last year, we did offer, like, again, drop-in tutoring. The plan, so long as title funding, again, is in place, is to offer that again in math, science, history, language arts. So just having that data at hand allows us to provide more specific help to our students. Now, what our data showed, and it was universal across the board. Every single department, when you compared marking period 1, marking period 2, and then 3 and 4 to the midterm and then the final, every single department had a drop in scores. It varied based on department. Science, I want to say there was about a 7-point average drop on marking period 1 and 2 average compared to their midterm assessment. Math was up there as well. And when you look at it, and I know there's some numbers up there, right? So 27% of our students failed a midterm, a final or more, 17% failed a midterm or more, compared to the overall, say, course failure rate of our high school, which is just around 4%, right? That's a pretty big jump. When you look at the percent of students that were exempt from already taking a final, right? So 33% of the building, when you take an AP course at the high school, you are exempt, so long as you take the AP exam. You are exempt from having to take that final. 73% of seniors, all senior exams were exempt, which is pretty significant, right? So if we're talking about the validity of assessment and students are already exempt, how much were we really getting, say, out of it? When you take a step back, like really take a step back, and you just think about, are we helping or hurting our students when they say go to apply to a college or university? So without, say, naming another specific district, like our students are expected to take 2 high-stakes assessments worth a certain percent, 10%, where The overall impact ended up being around 2 points per student. When I scanned a few individual students and recalculated what their grade would have been, it went up to a 5-point drop, or a 5-point increase it would have been had they not had that midterm and final exam. When you say kids are applying to colleges and universities, that 1 to 2 points when a kid finished with an 88 and it would have been a 90, it's significant, right? So when colleges are looking at transcripts, when they're looking at applications, and our student applies who had to take 2 high-stakes assessments, and the kid from the school that doesn't require them to take high-stakes assessment applies, just naturally, that is putting our student at a disadvantage. Because as the studies show, as the research show, as our internal data shows, students perform worse on these high-stakes assessment. Rigor is, I can't stress this enough. It's here in East Brunswick. It's not going anywhere. I ran the data on, it's for gifted and talented, it's honors and AP. 75% of our student body is in an honors and or an AP course. That doesn't include accelerated just because it doesn't factor into, say, gifted and talented. 75%, that's not a bell curve, right? So our middle is still honors and AP track, which again, we had over 1,900 exams taken during the AP exam window last year with a 94% pass rate. That is absolutely phenomenal. So what does create the rigor? It's the exceptional teachers with the support of the supervisors. We already have a very rigorous curriculum. It's now just how we assess students that's going to be changing. And that pretty much kind of what I just said. Looking at how students are going to be assessed, the final grade now reflects their performance across the entire year. It takes away those 2 standalone windows, those 2 high-stakes testing windows, where then students are going to be assessed more so through like the combative and cumulative assessments. That should have been more of a slash than just separate bullet points. Writing and research is not going anywhere. Performances are not going anywhere. Science labs are not going anywhere. Students are still absolutely going to be participating in, again, very rigorous assessment ways. The last thing I would want to leave you with is that little quote at the bottom, is that we're not asking less of our students, we're just asking our assessments to tell us more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bashore. Questions? Antoinette? Anna?
Hi, Dr. DeBouchard. Thank you for giving us a presentation. I am much appreciative that you came, and I actually want to thank you for looking at the comments on Facebook and meeting the people where they are. A lot of people think social media can only be a bad place, but it actually can be a good place. I do wish this presentation was given. I know that it's not a board decision, right, to adopt this, and I know that it was approved through the curriculum committee, but I do think we could have been more proactive and given this presentation before that decision was made so people could understand, because I think everything you said makes sense, right? I do have some questions. With the new way that with the new way of testing, will the, I can't read my own handwriting. Will this new way of testing prevent the examples given by students of we went blank, right? So let's say this new way of testing that's going to occur. If by the end of the year, they were like, okay, we're going to give you a final. We won't tell you it's a final, because if that's going to be the stress about it, right, knowing it's a final, we're going to tell you it's a test. Those test scores are expected to be better because they've had less stress of knowing it's a final, and they've had a better system of accumulating their units throughout the year.
Yeah. So the way a cumulative assessment is designed is that students are recalling from the very beginning rather than waiting 5 months to then try to recall something that was taught in September. So again, I'm using a hypothetical timeline. Student takes a test, say the middle of September. The next test is the first week of October. There's going to be some material that naturally carries over from that September unit. It's just they're going to be expected to really recall as they progress rather than at standalone windows 4 or 5 months later. So the stress of testing is still definitely there, right? So anytime students have test anxiety, it's still going to have an impact, but it's not a standalone weighted high stakes, separate schedule exam, where that's where the research was showing that so long as the students are provided feedback on a continuous basis, they're going to perform better.
So the goal here is really to help them retain the information, not memorize the information.
Yes,
So what I'm
and be
saying
able to
is-
reapply it.
Right,
Yep.
right. So what I'm saying is, in theory, if they were to take a test at the end of the year that was going to capture the whole year, they'd be able to pass that whole test, or at least do better than
Yeah. Now, I will say,
30%
there
that
isn't,
failed.
still, like, there's still not going to be a final, like, the final test won't just be a question from every single chapter that was ever covered. It's still going to be the material that's being
Okay.
taught and still being able to recall some of the previous units, but as they progress.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is, you said that it's going to, teachers will be able to identify what the students are not grasping when they get these assessments, right? And they'll be able to do feedback and reviews. How will they address that with the student individually? Because, for example, if there's a class of 25 kids and 22 kids did great and 3 kids did not do great, how would those 3 kids be caught up to the rest of the classroom?
Yeah, I will say that is always going to be like an ongoing challenge. You
Right.
know, it's very difficult to say, then go back, say if 25 students got 25 different questions wrong, it's very difficult to then go and review 25 different questions the next block, because then you just lost all that time.
But if the teacher notices that a specific part of the test was,
Exactly.
okay, then they'll
So
address that.
I know the district, we're going to be partnering with Linkit. You know, it's not going to be the guaranteed main hub of all tests, but Linkit does provide the immediate data. So if there's a common assessment given, it would flag, say, like 40% of the students got this question wrong, this standard. That provides our teachers with such valuable information to be
Right.
able to then go back and reteach that key concept, rather than saying reteaching 25 different major things. Now, I will say, like, the drop-in tutoring is such a valuable thing. The high-impact tutoring that we were able to offer in the previous years, I'm really hoping that the title money comes through again, because we know private tutoring is expensive, right? So when you're able to just drop in and get math tutoring, science tutoring, English, social studies, even world language, ESL, it's there.
And can I just add, too, everything that Dr. Brochure said is accurate. Also, the supervisors are working on the pacing guides.
Okay.
To build in time to review the
Now
assessments.
that you guys have these extra days, you'll be able
Correct.
to do it?
That's
Okay,
right.
that makes sense. Thank you. I will tell you that the day that email was sent out, I was on the phone majority of the day, putting out fires. Most of the parents just didn't understand. And I understood it because, of course, Lori explained it to us, but Marianne was really giving me the breakdown of why it is. And Marianne, if you guys don't know her, when Envision was rolled out and it wasn't rolled out properly, she did
said the
more
E word.
research than I've ever seen in my life. So I trusted that the research that was given to the committee was sufficient for her, because she would have ripped you up. But
So after it went out, and I'm meeting with some teams, the sports teams, as we head into the school year, some of the seniors like, bring back final exams. I'm like, well, why? So we could be exempt.
right.
All right.
I will tell you.
I get it, senior year.
I will tell you, and I've spoken to a lot of students, and the students who are in the honors classes and the high honors classes, those students are so happy, because what they told me they were doing, like you got feedback from students. One student told me she would figure out which class she didn't have to worry about the final grade and focus on the other test, and if she failed that test, she knew she was still going to get an A. So I was like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, why would you do that? I mean, would you not have passed that final if you did, would you only have passed that final if you studied hard like the other classes? She was like, yeah, nobody remembers that stuff. I was like, wow, okay. So I was like, I think the major feedback I got from the kids was they weren't carrying that information for half the year with them to the end of the year. And I want to fix that problem. I want the kids to, I know that we're doing these small assessments, that's going to help the kids feel less pressure and all that, but I still want to be able to ask them what they learned in January, in June, in a conversation, and know that they understand that. So I'm hoping that that's still going to be possible without them having to cram.
That I can't speak to yet. I know the supervisors are still, again, working through that pacing guide. It's like, I don't
And
know.
many of the skills
specifically-
that the students are learning are cumulative, and they build on the foundation that they're learning earlier in the year.
Okay.
And the skills multiply throughout the year.
I did appreciate in the email that you guys said, obviously, you're always looking back at it. So is there like a metric system that you guys are going to be using to review this, if it was a good, I mean, I trust you, I looked at the data myself, and I believe that this is a good decision for the schools, but what are you guys going to be using to determine if it is working or if it's not working?
So, I mean, there's a couple different ways that we can go about that. I mean, again, talking with the students, principals council, I do have more direct access to that. But in regards to measuring student performance, like, we can't necessarily compare like cohorts. It becomes very difficult. Like, even with the new state assessment, they said don't bother comparing last year's NJ
Okay.
GPA scores to this year's.
Yeah, you can.
So if we try to compare just, it's technically different exams, cumulative exams. So it's hard to compare, say, last year's student performance to this year. But just measuring where the students are at,
Okay.
we can see whether or not they're progressing where they should, looking at the standards, being able to say like, all right, well, students are starting to master maybe like at a certain pace.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Anna?
Yeah, as a teacher who gave midterms and finals for many years, I can definitely tell you that there's a lot of wasted time when you're having to do, the type of reviews. And, oh dear, this is
It's
a little
just thunder.
ominous sounding.
I think
isn't
it's
it?
just, Kevin, it's just thunder.
It's thunder, it's okay. All right, we're good, right? So, yeah, and the fact that we had half-days, so now you're losing all that time in the afternoon because you're having morning testing for so many days. And it doesn't mean that, like, whatever the final exam would have been, like if I was giving a final exam in my class, I would just split that up, and those kids would still be responsible for knowing everything. It would just be done differently instead of waiting until the very, very end of the school year. It could be broken up a little bit differently. And when you're giving finals, I didn't necessarily see those kids again. How do I give them feedback? Well, I'll tell you how I give them feedback. I did a lot of typing into the program where I'm trying to give them, explicit, this is what you did wrong, you should have done this. It's really not effective. That's why I appreciate going to this system, because it will be more effective for the students to be able to see what they did wrong. And if you're, having cumulative assessments throughout the year instead of like one big one, then the teacher can say, okay, a lot of my kids didn't get questions 1 and 2. That means I need to reteach that. Well, that doesn't work if you only had one big midterm and one big final exam.
And Anna, I hate to say this, but you typing all of that stuff in, I wonder how many kids actually went back and read it after finals.
Probably none, I would assume. They just wanted to see what the number was, what the grade was. So, yeah.
Thank you. Lori?
Thank you, Dr. Brashear, for your presentation. One question I have that I think has come up a few times is why not just lessen the amount of midterms and finals? So instead of them being like 10% of your grade, a lesser amount. Was that part of a conversation?
Yeah, it really came back down to that instructional time piece, right? Because even if you lessen the weight, you're still losing 8 to 16 days that could be used to, again, reassess students on things that they haven't mastered yet, provide interventions. You couldn't do that under that traditional midterm or final set schedule.
Okay, thank you. I know, too, for the feedback, for students after taking the exams, that has been a topic that has come up quite often, I think, recently from parents and teachers, that they don't have the time or the pacing guides, and so they're not able to help or work with the students who are getting these questions wrong, or actually giving them feedback as to what they could work on. So I think that is good. I know that's been a big part of our curriculum committee conversations too for the past few, and looking at the feedback given across all grades, not just at the high school level, and giving back tests in a timely manner so people, students can review it. I know you've talked a little bit about the President's Council that you have. Have you also talked to, received feedback from parents? I know at our curriculum committee meetings, we've talked to, that has been a topic that parents had reached out, or you've had some groups with them, or maybe also students that were part of different populations that may not have been part of the President's Council.
So the route that we ended up going, we formed a building-based committee where we did have representation from some parents, we had some students, we had some teachers, some administrators, supervisors. That was more the route we went. We didn't send out a survey, right? In regards to students, I did just meet with the Principal's Council. Again, not necessarily a survey. I don't necessarily know what the results would have been. That's more like a what if. However, I truthfully believe that the decision based on the research, based on what we're gaining from this, is absolutely in the best interest of students. I do think not to make light of it, but I do think they're upset about the half days, losing those half days, and the seniors not being exempt at the end of the year. But ultimately, for their education, for what they're able to learn and what they're able to master in this time window, this was definitely the best decision that was made.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, did you have a?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Dr. Bashir. That water there is for you if you need a sip.
Ooh, thank you.
It's a big deck of information here. The data that you shared, the 27%, failed a final exam or more, that one slide there, that was just this previous academic year, I would assume.
Yeah.
Did you go back any further than that, and was it trending in a negative direction?
It's been very consistent.
Okay.
Very consistent across the board. Finals especially, midterms, right around the same percent. It's been, the same.
Okay, no, that's good to hear. Point of clarification, this is just for high school students?
Churchill as well, so
Thank
Churchill
you.
and the
Okay,
high school.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you for that. And then kind of piggybacking on what Lori had to say, I'm just kind of curious about faculty involvement in this decision and how much, staff feedback was taken into consideration, and, if you have a general understanding of how staff feel about this now.
So the conversation again started really back in like January, where we were able to gather as a staff, the supervisor admin team, where we started having those conversations about the midterms and finals. So when we were at that meeting, we talked about, whether or not it was going to be done at a faculty meeting in a whole group, or trying to break off into, say, the smaller settings. So the decision was made, do it in the smaller setting, in the department level. So I know, like, one of our supervisors here, Ms. Di Benedetti, with her reflection on the world language teachers and ESL teachers, was really about assessments. It wasn't necessarily about just midterms or finals. It was measuring, like, what are we using our assessments for? It did start to tie into midterms, but the conversation wasn't like, hey, do you think we should eliminate midterms and finals? That was never really the conversation. Primarily during this process and on the committees, I worked with Mr. Higgins, who's our math and science supervisor. And again, he did the very similar approach to Ms. Di Benedetti, more of that reflection question. Got a lot from that. I know that the math department is really way ahead of the curve when it comes to common assessments. Science teachers were brought in over the summer to really start working on those common assessments and the cumulative assessments. So from there, it was really more so the department level. I met with some building reps yesterday, some of my main building union reps. They're not necessarily concerned about the midterm final. It's more so making sure that they can have the time to really make sure they develop the right assessment as they progress throughout the year. Because expecting to have, say, 10 months of assessments done by day one is not realistic. So making sure we provide the teachers with the time during the year, whether it's during department meetings, faculty meetings, even if possibly PD time, giving them time to really collaborate and build those assessments. That was their primary concern from like a building union perspective.
Okay. Wilbur?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. That was really great. I might have missed this, but for any given class that has multiple teachers teaching it, who then actually determines what these assessments are going to look like for the class? Let's just say, one of the history honors classes at the high school.
Yeah. So it really would filter through then the supervisor, but the teachers really should be collaborating together on the creation of the assessment. Common assessment doesn't mean that the questions are going to be in the same exact order. It's just that the questions are aligned to that same standard, and it could be filtered throughout. Obviously, test integrity. We want to make sure that that's in place still. I know that's always a concern. Kid takes test block 1. By the time that kid's in the class block 4, they may already know what's on there. It's just got to be real. I think we were all students ourselves too. So.
Okay.
But it's really about giving teachers, again, that time to be able to collaborate and make sure that the assessment does reflect that where they're at pacing-wise as well, so that the same material is being covered and being assessed.
Okay. I also wanted to ask something that Antoinette kind of asked, but in a different way, just for clarity. So I appreciate the example that you gave on, how you have the one assessment, the second assessment could be a cumulative assessment, roping that in. And my understanding is that for any given class over the course of the entire class, it will be up to the teachers / supervisors as to whether or not any given assessment would be a cumulative one or not. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
So I feel like math might be the easiest example to give, especially when you're assessing students. So say, again, 40% of the students got, I'll make it as simple as possible because I'm not a math guy, solving for X wrong. They can go back, reteach the solving for X concepts, and then factor in 2 to 3 questions again on solving for X. Even though some additional content may be taught, you're able to then reassess whether or not students have then gained or learned that material. So again, yes, it would go through the supervisors, but really the teachers being able to see. I know Lincoln's a powerful tool. We're going to get training on it as the year opens up for our teachers. But that provides the flags, it provides the data breakdown, it ties to standards. That it's such a powerful tool, such a useful tool that our teachers can take advantage of.
Okay. So, I know I'm making things up, but it always helps me when I have something concrete to talk about, like a specific example. So, going back to, say, an honors history class spans the entire year, you could set up that class now with this method with, say, assessments every 3 weeks that are actually cumulative on top of each other for the entire year. Is that right?
So, I mean, if it's a hypothetical, I
Yeah,
wouldn't necessarily
I'm
know.
not.
Like, I know
Yeah, I want to avoid whether or not this is a
Yeah.
good idea. I just want to know if that such a thing is a
It's-
possibility.
I can't really speak to at this moment. I know that, again, we want to try, and supervisors
Yeah.
are doing this, they have been doing this, is checking teacher grade books as best as possible to make sure, like, there wasn't just, say, one assessment given in a marking period, because that one assessment could be weighted as like 60, 70% of that student's marking
Yeah.
period grade.
Yeah.
The goal of this with the common assessments is that there is a more established pacing guide, so that teachers that are teaching, say, the same content, US 2 honors, they're around the same point as they progress throughout the entire year together. School calendar-wise, that AB calendar does, again, when there's breaks in between, it can throw things as a variable for a little bit of a wrench, but again, as much as possible where the teachers are together, pacing-wise. I can't pinpoint how many weeks would be a specific test, but
I mean, the supervisors are also looking at alternatives to just the assessment, project-based learning, other group projects and activities that can be done in the classroom. So, what they're learning in that unit may or may not be applied to what they're learning in the next unit, but the learning would build on each other. So it
Okay.
could be cumulative, or it could be a standalone based on the topic.
Right, but let's say, again, for the sake of argument, you have a class where each assessment winds up being cumulative, because that's what was determined to be best for that particular class. So at some point, halfway through the school year, you're going to have a test that's going to be cumulative for everything that had been covered up to that point, right?
Possibly.
Okay. Is there any difference between that and having a midterm, aside from the grade weighting?
that and the dedicated schedule, the very set rigid timeline, and the standalone weight. Now, again, from my understanding, again, I know each course is going to be slightly different. That's what the supervisors are
Right.
working through right now. It may not necessarily be like a midterm where, again, the students are learning material or being asked to recall material from September in January because they've already been recalling the concepts they may have not mastered yet in October, November already. So it's going to be as they progress throughout the year, going back, but it wouldn't be, from my understanding, again, just having to go all the way back to something they've already shown mastery on in September.
But like, say, art, for example, you're learning all these skills, and then you put it together in a project, and you create that. So that's cumulative learning and demonstrating your mastery of that.
Right. So where I'm going with this is, I'll be frank, when I first heard about this, I was very skeptical about the idea. Because what I heard was we're getting rid of midterms and finals. And where I eventually landed was, I don't think that's what we're doing, as you mentioned, but I think it bears repeating because that's all I hear from people in the community, is you're getting rid of midterms and finals, which is usually followed up with, why are you doing that? And again, speaking for myself, when I first heard about this idea, I didn't know how to explain it to people, which is why I do appreciate the presentation, because it clarifies, to me a lot of things. The main issue here, I think, is that we're not really getting rid of midterms and finals. I think you had a slide that made that exact statement. What we're doing is we're uncoupling things from the school calendar, which is better because the way that I look at this, for what it's worth, is that we're giving the teachers agency to determine the best way to assess their students, who they know best, and so you're not beholden to what the calendar looks like anymore, for that process. No, okay.
caution
Let me
you
let me know
for
when
that.
let me know
That's
when
not it.
let me know where I'm wrong. It's
That's
fine.
not it. And
Okay.
And Wilbur, you were at the curriculum committee where he presented all of this. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you didn't get that part.
Yeah.
And I remember Miss Botnick was there. We talked about this extensively, did we not? So while we are given, we still have to hold the line in terms of where students should be when they should be there.
Right.
One of the key things we're given, because of the time we have, now we have time in there for a little wiggle room so our teachers can actually address some of the gaps that they see. We did not have that wiggle room. You saw how one snow day threw us off. Like a snow day threw us off, a holiday here threw us off.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. But we're not saying then that we could just, there is still checks and balances
Right.
along the way. Right, Dr. Boley? I think.
Absolutely. Student learning will still be assessed. It'll just look a little differently.
Different.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying too, is that, last year, when my son was here, there was a midterm, there was a final. And those were assessments, and they were weighted, given away. Now we're not using those particular tools, but we're still assessing. And that's the point I'm trying to make, because like I said, the questions I get is, why are we getting rid of midterms and finals? And I think it's important to point out that we're not really doing that in the way that people think about that, which is, my kid doesn't have to take a test anymore.
They're still taking tests.
They're still taking tests, they're still getting assessed. It's just being done in a more effective way,
Different
correct?
way, yes.
Okay, good, I'm glad I didn't get that wrong.
No, you don't get it all wrong.
However, there is one practical issue that comes up here, because I remember all the way back when our older son first had to, enter a school year where they had to take midterms and finals. We were looking at the calendar. It's like, why do we have these half days? Why is it set up this way? And the answer we were immediately given was that so the kids don't have a whole bunch of tests in a single day. And with this system, I think the probability of success in not having any student having multiple tests on a single day, that's going to be pretty low, no? Is this something that we just have to accept for this new approach?
I mean, at this time, it's hard to specifically say. Like, we operate on like the AB calendar, so it depends. Every student's schedule might be a little different depending on when, say, some of their core subjects fall. So it's not like an easy where math can only give tests on, say, a Monday or Tuesday, and then science has to give them on Thursday, Friday.
You have way
That-
too many courses for that.
Yeah, I mean, students are, with them taking 40 credits a year, that becomes, on an AB schedule, nearly impossible. To just say, you can't have more than 2 tests or 1 test on a given day. But again, it's still early in this process, but
Okay. And the last point I'll make is that, there is a lot of talk about high-stakes exams and, the stresses that it puts on students. Again, a lot of the feedback that I've gotten, and this is primarily from recent graduates from EBHS that are in various colleges at this point, was that, they didn't like the midterms and finals when they did it. But now that they're in college, they're very happy that they had that experience, because they don't know how they would have managed the midterms and finals in college. And I realize that, students in a variety of students in a variety of colleges will have different experiences with their testing, but the fact still is that there is a lot of midterms and finals floating around there.
that's without question. I know I kind of said like apples and oranges. Anytime you try to compare high school to college, it's going to be a little unique. I
So-
know the University of Michigan just announced that freshman year is all pass-fail now.
Right.
Which is
But-
kind of like,
And
Yeah.
that's the University of Michigan. It's not like, that's like, that's
Right.
cream of the crop.
Sure.
I know you actually taught me that med school is is it the first year, second year? It's pass-fail?
It depends on med school. Most of them are pass-fail.
It's just a
Yeah,
unique
right.
concept, the most rigorous possible profession
Sure.
being pass-fail and not numeric weight.
Right.
Just, again,
But-
it's hard to compare, but again, I will say, the assessment, and I think I said this before, but if you don't prepare for one of these assessments, like you don't study, you're not going to do well. So I think I said, like, the rigor's already in East Brunswick. Our students are already still performing extremely well. The 33% of the kids that are in an AP course that took the exams, they didn't take a final because they didn't need to, and they still passed, right? So the rigor is still there. The kids are still being assessed. I think we're doing a great job. I will say our teachers, our faculty are phenomenal.
I mean,
Yeah,
would it be
but
safe to say that they're doing well in college because of the education that they got and not because of the 2 tests they took a year?
Oh, I've been waiting to talk. I
So-
want to talk about this because I am that student who took the AP test here with Mrs. Mueller. And my textbook here, my senior year, was my freshman bio textbook, my 8 a.m. class that I didn't have to go to because I already knew the book, because I had functional mastery of information because of the way teachers teach in East Brunswick. I think that there's a little bit of a misnomer. Yes, you cram for midterms and finals, but there still is cumulative learning and critical engagement that happens in our classrooms. Learning has never been linear. It can't be. So, I really appreciate your presentation so much. A lot of things I like about it, you used studies that are reputable from the last 10 years. They're larger studies, it's meta-analysis, it's long-term data extrapolations. Like, it's a thoughtful process behind this. And I think that the community should be excited. They should not be anxious or apprehensive about change. We have to change. The world is changing. If we teach the way we've always taught, we're going to fall behind. That's, you brought up these major districts who can outperform us have made these changes 10, 15 years ago. Now we can move forward. We have incredible momentum. Really proud of this board because the curriculum committee was bold in making this decision because it was thoughtful, it was well executed, and it will be great for these kids from day one. Because they're going to go in knowing that they have more time to learn, more time to absorb information and get this functional mastery that is required for the type of testing we'll have for them. So kudos, great job.
Wilbur, did you have anything?
Yeah. So where I was going with that was the world is filled with high stakes exams, right? Like I said, maybe not a University of Michigan in the freshman year anymore. Although if your only choices are pass or fail, that can still be a high stakes exam as well. It's just not. It's just a different type of exam. The quotes that I got again from students that recently graduated were, I don't know how I would have survived freshman, sophomore year with all the testing if I didn't have that experience of taking midterms and finals. And even going more broadly, say that you decide to pursue a career in the trades. If you're an electrician, you have to take a licensing exam. That's a pretty high stakes exam because it's going to determine what sort of business opportunities you're going to have going forward. If you go in the armed services, that's full of high stakes.
Yes, but
exams,
to
yeah.
Jamie's
So-
point,
So
I think, I'll let you finish
yeah.
and then.
So my
okay.
question is,
Yeah.
when should students learn this skill? Or when should people learn this skill?
So all sophomores do take the PSAT, and all juniors have to pass the NJGPA. They have to show proficiency in order to even graduate. So you talk about high stakes assessment, they're taking it already. NJSLA since what, third grade? So each year, these students are taking these high-stakes assessment, but it really becomes high stakes their junior year of high school, because that's the one test that says whether or not you can actually walk across the stage your senior year. Now, granted, the state offers additional pathways, but that is the test. And when you look at even just observation, when you look at kids who take the NJGPA, I know Ms. DiBenedetti was one of our supervisors of a testing location. NJGPA, the students are locked locked in. They're focused. Then they take the NJSLA science that they know is not going to hold them back. That was the day the commissioner came to visit, and we showed her a tour, and she was like, oh, yeah, I'll see the testing area. So we walked through. We didn't say a word when the kids were testing. We walked out of the room. She's like, oh, a lot of kids were done. I'm like, we started 10 minutes ago. So when assessments do matter, our students are locking in. They're
I just want to talk about high stakes, just because we tend to use high stakes quite loosely. I think when it's the consequence, like what consequence will result from the score, from any assessment, right? Will the result can still determine access to programs or courses, and whether it is a test or a midterm or whatever, right? It still counts towards whether kids have access to a course or a program or something. That's what makes it high stakes, and not because there's a name to it or that it's worth 10% or 20% or 30%. Because things can be worth 100% and mean absolutely nothing, right? In terms of where I'm going with whatever, right? It might just be, it's a quiz, I just took whatever. So something consequential happens because of the result of the test. That's what makes it high stakes, and not because it's called midterms or finals. Just wanted to say that.
So I want to be clear. I'm happy we're doing this. Okay. Yeah.
I wasn't
yeah.
clear.
But again, I was very skeptical when I heard it because of the way it was pitched. When I first heard about this idea, and again, I'm not alone in that. I think I'm not alone in our community in that response because of the questions that I got, because across the board, that was the tone of the questions that I was getting.
No,
So
and I
thanks
do.
for that.
I completely understand. I do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, to Jamie's point earlier, though, if our entire system relies on a midterm and a final, we have more troubles than we could possibly even imagine. So if your system relies on those two tests and that's all you're basing it on, we're doing something egregiously wrong. So let's see. Go ahead, Lori.
I'm sorry, I know we're going that way, but just to say, in the curriculum committee, I think in our second meeting, this came up, and it was asked, like, how do we prepare our students for quiz taking and test taking and skills? And I think one of the principals responded by saying, that is our goal, starting in elementary school, to prepare our students every day that they're at school to have the skills to take a test, to do their work, to have to be motivated. Like, that is in the core of our academics starting in elementary school. So preparation and rigor is a goal even then. I just wanted to mention that because I think that was asked during, so I thought.
Our students are demonstrating what they learned in pre-K, as you
Yeah.
can see in some of the pictures in the superintendent's report.
Yeah, I think, like, just to, because, Dr. Pan, I don't think, like, that part of your question was answered, Wilbur. I don't think that end part of your question was answered, but I think that I remember, like, one of the principals from elementary school saying, like, that is our goal. Like, we work towards this every day. And just making sure we have, like, a well-rounded, wholesome, whole student. So.
Thanks, Lori. Wilbur, anything?
This is longer than my superintendent's report.
Wilbur, you're all good? All good? Okay, well, Liwu.
Dr. Bush, thank you very much. Very good presentation. You give us the examples of those high performance districts. They are getting rid of this final midterm a long time ago. That will ease a lot of parents' mind. After the news was announced, I got many phone calls. The people worried, people concerned. Now they will know. With once principal J.P. Stevens, Montgomery, they all get rid of these things. I believe the audience should feel a lot released. Thank you. And the second, and I have two more questions for you. I know, I'm sorry, many questions has been asked. So for this, the cumulative test, how open will this assessment be be given to student, and how long for each assessment?
So that's actually what the supervisors and the teachers being brought in, that's what they're doing right now, working on those pacing guides. So there's not a set schedule per course just yet, but that's what they're working on.
Yes. You know, in order to prepare our students for the future, we need to teach them, help them learn. At the same time, we need to assess them how well they learn. So we need balance. So based on your presentation, you know, this change will save 8 to 16 days out of 180 days in the mandatory requirement in school data, which is 5 to 10% more learning time, which is very significant.
And
Thank you.
that doesn't even factor in the mandatory state testing that we lose 5 days for as well. We actually lose more than that, 7 days of state testing we lose.
That's why we're here till the end of June. We need to get out.
So, another question on Tim already asked, and I want to ask it again. So you present the data sets. Our own data shows 5-point drop, 27% failed final exam, and 17% failed midterm. Which comparison group did you use to get this number?
It was the
Before
entire
this term,
student,
yeah,
every assessment that was taken.
Hold on. Before this decision was made, every student takes the midterm and the finals. And now you're telling a number that's 5% drop, 20% drop. Which student group are you using as a comparison group?
Oh, okay, I understand. It's very hard to compare then the cohorts. So there is not necessarily a set student group to compare because, again, we're getting all new sophomores. We're getting 700 new sophomores, 700 seniors that took those exams are now graduated. So it's really difficult to then measure or have a core group to vary, like to measure, I guess.
So let's, for example, chemistry. Every student takes the final and the midterm now. And now, based on the points, you are giving about 5-point drop and 27% of failed final. Which group are you comparing?
Everybody. I failed a final my senior year.
But you know, my point is, some student
got a
fail,
D.
some student pass, but
Yeah.
you got it one number.
Now, I will say though, every course, every department showed a decline on those assessments. There was not a single department that performed better on the midterm than they did marking period 1 or 2,
So you
or
mean
3 and 4.
decline compare with which one? You know, when you say decline, a drop or increase, we must compare one group with another. I'm asking you, which group are you comparing?
I don't understand.
I think,
It's the marking period average. You're comparing it to their marking period grade.
Thank you.
To their final exam grade, right?
She's the math girl.
You're comparing their you get the average of their marking period grades without the final.
Sorry,
exam.
Miss DiMenedetti, can you come to the mic so it picks up your, yeah.
Sorry, she came in for the assist. So we get the average of how they perform in a class, marking period 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we get their average based on the performance in those marking periods. And then we get for that class, we get the midterm average. And we'll compare their midterm average to their marking period 1 and 2 average. So how did you perform in the class during marking period 1 and 2? And then how did you perform on that midterm? And when you compare that, there's a 5% drop in what their marking period 1 and 2 average was compared to their midterm exam grade. And then we do the same thing again between 3 and 4. And then we also tend to do it like their overall final grade in the class. How did that compare to their final exam average as well? To see like how different our exams assess them from their everyday classroom averages.
Okay, can we have the comparison for one group student have midterm final?
Doesn't matter,
With-
we're not
with-
doing it anymore. Sorry.
Without, compare with the group without final and midterm. let's compare those student performance.
Oh, we'd have to compare this year to next
This
year.
year versus next, okay, all right.
Oh, sorry, I
Yeah,
understand.
so that's the point.
Okay.
At the end of the year.
At the end of the year, we'll see if there's
The
a
final
drop or you do the same.
So you
I mean,
point.
we will do that same thing anyway, because
That's how we-
we look to see what the averages are to make sure that nobody's off from everybody
yeah,
else.
I was a scientist before. When I do the clinical trial, I compare the patient, volunteer, with the medicine on double blind. Some of them just take blind or nothing. So now you're telling the number, basically the same group of people linearly one way. So this data is not convincing. So if we compare the one way, one assessment is better than another one, we better compare this group doing this and this group not doing this. And then we know which system is good. But I support this approach, and I'm convinced this is the best way to assess our students. And we have so many good high-performance school districts. They are doing it. They are very successful.
I think what we'll do, as always, right? We have our metric for success. So at the end of the year, we're going to see if we measure the same way we did this data that we gave to you, how did they do, the same group of students?
Yeah,
Then we'll be doing the scientist thing, huh? All right.
So
The double-blind study.
Double-blind study.
But it's not double blind.
So the reason we are here is we prepare our students for their future. That's the purpose we are sitting here. That's the purpose people are paying tax. So, thank you.
But if I may, I don't think that was the driver of why this decision was made, right? Like, this was more about making our
Oh,
assessments
yeah.
valuable.
That was just the data.
That was just the data that, yeah,
The main
okay.
part was getting back instructional time,
Yeah,
reevaluating how we assess
Thank you.
cumulative learning.
yeah, thanks. Jamie?
As always, go Bears.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Yes.
Just, my colleagues at the end, I'm in a very different boat. Nobody called me when this news broke. I really, so I either have no friends or my friends just don't trust me. Both could be true. I just want to share that, just, to offer like the opposite end perspective. I do suggest, however, and this is really silly, but if this is going on our website, that we add Churchill to that title slide, because if I were not sitting in this room, I would look
Sorry.
at that and go, oh, they're only doing this at the high school? And that's why I asked. I know it was a silly
This
question.
is the
but-
problem with the ninth graders
grade
not at
is
the
a
high
church.
school.
Well, there you go, right. So I do think it would be
They are
a
high
good
school.
clarifier.
Yeah, yeah. I just, you're good? Okay, all right. Lucky you, because I got phone calls across the world, so, but it's okay. Just great job. A couple things, comments, not questions, don't panic. One of the things is that, like Antoinette pointed out, when Envision came out, I called other states to find who had switched, so everyone had to be kidding themselves if they thought I was just going to be like, oh, this sounds so nice. I did call other states. I actually called Massachusetts, who happens to be on par with New Jersey. If you don't know that, their education is right up there. I know their demographics might be slightly different, but they're one of the best school districts, they have the best school districts in the country. So they have already, a lot of their schools have already switched to this system. And one of the things that they were educating me on was that, when colleges first opened up, there was no such thing as high school, right? It was like you have to think of a one-room schoolhouse. And then people went to universities. You didn't even have to have a high school education. This is going back like centuries. And so in college, it was based on just those two assessments. So when the idea of high school came about in like the early 1900s and they started doing that, they copied whatever the universities already had. Now, as Ms. Richardson pointed out to me the other day as well, the common assessments didn't exist. This was like a new thing. And actually, a lot of the school districts that were doing midterms and finals didn't have common assessments. We already have common assessments in place, which is why it made sense for us to move towards this. Of course, they have to be amped up in order to, adjust to this. But that's just something important to note, is that this is kind of an antiquated system to have this two-test system. That world, I think someone said it, no longer exists. our students, and because I saw a lot of the commentary, people were sending me the screenshots across the world saying like, oh, there's teachers who've been teaching for 32 years and they're saying this is a horrible idea. Well, respectfully, like 32 years ago, those students are not the students we have today. And in fact, I called colleges as well, and we're starting to explore that for my daughter. So a lot of the colleges are also moving towards this method of not just having like the 2 assessments be the be-all, end-all. They're recognizing that there's a lot more that goes into that. One thing I want to say, because some parents called with the opposite panic. They're like, oh, if you're doing these cumulative tests throughout the year, that's actually putting more pressure on the kids because now they have to know everything always. That's not the case. A good common assessment, and Dr. Bashir, correct me if I'm wrong, has about 70 to 80% current content and will bring in 20 to 30% of the previous content. So you want to reinforce certain concepts, not to make sure that the student memorizes everything or retains everything. Because if you were to ask me to like recite the Krebs cycle, forget it. Like, not going to happen. Is that correct? Like,
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, just one final. Oh, the anxiety piece. I know that mental health is a big deal, and I know some districts actually move towards it solely based on mental health. That's not why we made our decision. But students feel anxious because they're not supported. And I think that in doing this and giving back that time, they will have that support. I think that our teachers are wonderful and they're prepared to give that. It was just a matter of time. So that anxiety should alleviate. It doesn't mean the rigor will go away, but it'll alleviate. Yeah, and just another thing that the Massachusetts schools pointed out to me, college is not high school. So when we say we want to prepare students for college, it doesn't mean that we make them in college now. I think that's important for us to remember, because a lot of times we're like, oh, we have to prepare them for the future. Yes, but preparing someone is not throwing someone into something currently that they've never actually prepared for. So I think that's what this is doing also. And one last question, because I got this from community members. The midterm and final grades don't actually go on their transcript. So for students who've already taken them, that doesn't.
No,
It's, yeah.
no. Marking period, like what you see in Genesis as a parent, you see like each marking period plus a midterm plus a final. The transcript just shows the overall final grade. It will not show midterm or final.
All right, that's all. Yeah. All right. Okay. It was, but I think it was much needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir. Thank you, Ms. DiBenedetti. All right, we are, where's my agenda? Okay, we are moving on to our presentations, capital project at the high school. We are joined by our Perrette Somjin architects, who are going to make a presentation about the East Brunswick High School options.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am so glad I'm out of high school. My name is Greg Somjin. I am with Perrette Somjin Architects. It's nice to see all of you again. And we are here to talk about a great segue as it relates to all the things that we've been discussing over the years as it relates to the capital needs within the district. We're going to talk a little about considerations, some of the history that got us here, some of the facility options that we've been discussing, budgets, schedules, summary, and then what would the next steps be for us to be able to move things along. So the considerations that have been on the table are the enrollment pressures that the district is experiencing, the 9th grade not being housed at the high school, the aging infrastructure that exists at the high school, and some of the needs to identify some of the long-term solutions. We took some of the planning principles that the district has as a basis for a variety of visioning and discussions that led us through the planning process. Oops. Okay. We started this in various ways back in 2019 and have had various discussions along the way, including redistricting and additions at the various elementary schools, ultimately the TCU study, and then back in 2022, the possibility of what would a new high school look like. As part of this process, there is something that we go through called programming. That's basically a list of the requirements that one would have within a school district or a building itself. And while the program has not been finalized yet, this gives you a little bit of a representation of the kinds of spaces that are ultimately housed within the buildings, from the existing to the possibilities of what is new. Classrooms are still a very large portion, instructional spaces in particular, and then obviously you have the requisite spaces like administrative, specialized instruction, and things like common areas. So one of the first options we considered was, what would it take to maintain the existing high school? It's continuing to get old, and there are useful lives of things that exist. So nothing lasts forever. Mechanical systems, electrical systems, plumbing systems, these are just a few examples of the things that were in a very large report and within your long-range facility plan of things that ultimately will need attention, if not sooner than later. And those are the things that have been discussed all along as it relates to the existing high school. The second option was relocating the ninth graders to the high school. Obviously, they are not currently there, so several years ago, we worked on implementing the temporary classroom units at Churchill to allow for the pressures of spatial needs there, and part of the discussions today are, what would it look like if we took those temporary classroom units, moved them to the high school? We had a couple of concepts that developed, one shown on the screen on the far side of the parking lot, another that would move them on this side of that particular parking lot. They're viable, they're expensive, we'll talk about that, because you're literally taking a temporary classroom unit and relocating it. Now, I know that there are many temporary classroom units out there that have been there for decades, and ultimately you get them reapproved by the Department of Education, but this is obviously not a permanent solution, although they have been known to last many, many years. The third option that was explored was a stick-built capital project to expand the existing high school and to introduce a ninth grade academy. That would achieve one of the goals of bringing the ninth grade to the high school and doing that by an expansion to that building. This is just one of the concepts that we came up with. It's very, very preliminary. It was just created to show the potential. Obviously, if this was something that the board wanted to explore, we would get into the specifics at a much greater detail and talk about, is this particular design the most effective, or would we need to move things either from a circulation and practical perspective or aesthetics? And then the last option that's been discussed is, what would it look like if we reset the time on life cycles and constructed a new high school? So obviously, they're not making more land, and so part of this discussion was, how do we execute on something like this within the parameters of what we have? So the aerial you are looking at currently, and the red line represents the area that was explored. The gray footprint is the current high school, and to put things in perspective, the darker green to the right are athletic fields. The concept would be to build on the open space a new facility so that the existing could be maintained for educational purposes, and then when that is done, the students are relocated to raise the existing building and then reintroduce athletic fields in their place. Oops. Again, this is kind of a massing model of the building that was explored. It has multi-floors for instructional space. It has gymnasium spaces, theater spaces, all the things that you would expect in a high school. And there were a variety of discussions of, what else should we consider as part of this building project if this is the direction we're going to go. Black box theater and a host of other stuff. So the program would need to be finalized if this is something that the district wanted to pursue. There's a lot of flexibility on what could be done. But again, as part of the evolution of the process, we created this massing model and then started to develop some sketches on what might a building look like as it relates to a new facility. So let's just talk a little about budgets and schedule comparisons. So just to put things in perspective, this is a benchmarking trend that we maintain. And what you will see is that from 2000 till now, the cost of new construction has increased pretty consistently at a pace of about 4 or 5%. And ultimately, what cost us, oh boy, Josh, that's really small print. And I just got new glasses. What used to be somewhere in the $200 to $250 per square foot cost for prevailing wage is now upwards of $500+ a square foot. And that's for what we call hard costs. That means that's the building itself. In your case, there are site improvements that would have to be taken into consideration. There's the raising of an existing building. So cost of construction has gone up. It is not inexpensive. And whether it's a new construction or improvements to the existing high school, those are the realities that we are dealing with today in the construction world. By way of comparison, there was a very large long-range facility plan and related document that talked about the various things that I mentioned earlier that over time we would want to address at the high school, and upwards of $300 million was identified between electrical systems, mechanical systems, roofing systems, and a host of other things, plumbing, et cetera. That was part of the long-range facility plan update that was undertaken. To relocate the TCUs, that would be to take them from Churchill and then reestablish everything at Churchill to what it was and install them over at the high school. We're expecting between $9 and $11 million worth of work. The 9th grade academy, which totals about 83,000 square feet and would house approximately 768 students, range somewhere between $66 and $74 million of an investment. And then the new high school ranged from between $385 and $425 million to accommodate 4 grades, 2,800 students at about 542,000 square feet. A few footnotes. The Department of Education still has debt service aid available, and they offer that because they are wanting to promote the renovation of existing buildings. And so we are relatively confident that anything that you would do within the existing high school would be eligible for debt service aid, which means 34 cents on the dollar you would be able to get for those projects. The other 3, we'd have to do a little more investigation because anything that is new construction would be based on what they call unhoused students, which means that you have students that using their calculations don't fit in the building. It doesn't mean that you have kids sitting out in the parking lot learning, but there's a Department of Education calculation that they use to determine that because their monies are distributed in a way that is equitable to any district that approaches them, and the unhoused student calculation is how they do that. The schedules that we talked about to maintain the existing building, obviously, if you're going to look to make a significant investment at one time, that would have to be funded by a referendum. So a referendum would take at least a year to get to, depending on the projects we identified. We'd need months to do it. You can only have a referendum 5 times a year, and the Department of Education requires those applications 6 months prior to that referendum date. So if you figure at least 6 months for something like that for us to put the applications together, that would be an ongoing set of circumstances that could be paced out, and then various timeframes between. But obviously, the new high school would take the longest because you have to get all the approvals, pass a referendum. There are still things that we would have to get approved. Summerhill Road, that intersection was looked at. We did have a meeting as part of our due diligence with the county and the town There were some differing opinions there that would still have to be resolved. Your letter of interpretation, which is a Department of Environmental Protection document, will be expiring. That will have to be renewed. So there is some additional due diligence, but that will be the longest lead time to get documents ready, submit for the approvals, have the referendum, and then obviously prepare drawings and construct. So the next steps are that the board has to provide us some direction on what, if anything, they want to explore from this list. And then, depending on what that direction is, there's additional due diligence and or development. Ultimately, that will result in submissions to the Department of Education, approvals, and then a presentation to the community to vote. Joe said I only had less than 20 minutes, and so if that's what Joe says.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
Finally, somebody listens to me.
Questions from the board? Jamie, oh, Jamie.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just want to make a couple quick points, and then I do have a couple questions. Just so the community is aware, the high school was constructed in 1957, opened in 1958. There were major additions in 1965, 1970, and the area affectionately known as the airport terminal was added in 2001 after we graduated. We used to walk outside building to building back in the 1900s. It was pretty great.
Did you just say in the 1900s?
Yes, we went to school in the 1900s.
Thanks, Jamie.
Do you think these young people know the difference between Kitty Hawk and Y2K? That's why we have amazing history teachers here. Okay, so so my questions now, because you brought up about renovation cost and what renovation would entail. Do we have any blueprints or any sort of idea of what the underground infrastructure looks like under the high school currently?
No.
Okay, yes, thank you. Does the renovation cost include projections for asbestos remediation?
Yes.
Okay. Does the time for construction include potential for remediation as well? Or would that, if they found asbestos that wasn't expected, would that delay the renovation construction project?
Anytime we encounter something that we didn't see, you have a document that you have to maintain, which is an asbestos management plan that should have documented with your environmental consultant all that they know. Obviously, there are things, and we've encountered this in many projects, where you open up a wall and you encounter elbows in pipes, for example.
Yeah.
And you alluded to, do we know what's underground?
Nope.
Buildings are infamous for tunnels that carried steam, heat, and the like with asbestos-related pipes. So the short answer to your question is that if something is discovered during a renovation, yes, that could lead to additional time being required to abate things. At the end of the day, we really try to do as much due diligence as we can so that that can be managed and undertaken. We've done many, many projects throughout the district and have been able to coordinate those things. But, asbestos in buildings is something that many districts do have to deal with.
Absolutely. And then my final question would be, in that renovation cost again, would that be new underground infrastructure? Because in light of the water main breaks and the age of those pipes?
So the answer is we haven't fully designed the systems yet, but many times in cases like that, we might abandon what's underground and bring it above ground. Now, when we talk about a sewer line, for example, that's not something you can bring above ground, but oftentimes a water line, we could abandon from underneath, bring it from outside to the building, and then have pipes run within the ceilings or within the hallways. We did a huge project where we replaced an entire steam heat system in a high school where we ultimately abandoned the things that were underground. We weren't going to dig up floors and things of that nature, and we ran chases and we ran conduit and we did all those things so that now everything was above ground, easily accessible, and didn't have to deal with the underground related components.
Great, thank you. And my final question is, what's the average age of a building that you feel can be successfully renovated? Is there a range, or do you find that based on the foundations, like you have a preferred age of building, just as a professional? Not saying
Look,
that
there are buildings out there that are 100+ years old and are in great shape because the quality of construction 100+ years ago was just better than it is today. People were much more interested in the quality of their work and the craftsmen that were involved in those things. And, arguably that may have slipped in some cases. But at the end of the day, everything does ultimately have a life cycle. Now, you have historical buildings that are on the register that are hundreds of years old. So I don't know that I have a black and white answer for you. I can tell you that there are many buildings that have an ability to be renovated if they've been maintained and if certain parts are in good shape. We've had settling of buildings where cracks resulted in the walls. Those things are still repairable. And in 250 years of this country, there are still buildings that are standing. So I wish I could give you a more black and white answer, but there are many districts, for a few reasons, that do quite a bit of renovating of existing facilities because sometimes it's subsidies from the state, easier to do, and a host of other reasons.
No, that's a very fair answer. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Liwu, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the information. So, continue Jamie's question. For the building innovation, since the building was first built in 1958, during the innovation process, will heavy machine be used? How those innovation impact students' learning?
So any renovation project or any construction project will be some level of disruption.
Okay.
And so
which means our student must learn at the construction zone. There will be noise, asbestos, lead containing paint for a long period of time.
So not necessarily, because
No, they can't be around that.
there are many projects that we have done where the summer window is used. There are many other projects that we have done where the work starts after hours. So, for example, the running of pipes, the school day ends at 3 o'clock, the contractors show up, they'll work until 11, and maybe a few classrooms will be taken offline for a particular project. Those classrooms will be done, and then the next set will be done. Trust me when I say this, there will be disruption no matter which one you do, because whether you're building a new high school and there's noise and large construction vehicles that are on the site, or whether you're renovating or adding to the building or making changes to the infrastructure. I mean, this wouldn't be the first construction project that the district has undertaken. It has to be managed. And the key is that you want to try to manage it so that the students are disrupted the least, and that one student, meaning a grade, isn't necessarily disrupted for their entire educational experience. But at the end of the day, this is progress, right? Things have to be done, and ultimately there will be some disruption.
If I can chime in, previous presentations talked about, if we were to totally renovate the high school, it taking 6, 7, 8 years.
Sure.
So you are talking about not just a high school career of 3 or 4 years, 3 years in our case, but a whole educational
sure.
career being impacted going through that renovation.
Yeah, I mean, that's very valid and an accurate statement because, and again, it depends on how many projects you would undertake in a given year, right? And each project will have a different impact on the building. But these are very accurate statements. There's a lot of work that ultimately would have to be looked at.
Thank you. My second question is, for this hard cost, this data is very predictable. It's almost a linear projection. So is there any way we can predict the soft cost for any of those projects?
Yes, because ultimately, the soft costs are linked to the hard costs typically in our profession. Contingencies and all those things typically appear as a percentage. So we did prepare some, but I mean, we only showed the hard costs there, but we've been talking about the total investment that will be needed, which included the site improvements, the raising of the existing building, the abatement that would be needed for the existing building, the reestablishing of fields. So we've been talking about those things, but yes, the answer is that those things are somewhat predictable.
So for example, if we go to the new high school, this route, what kind of range will be the soft cost will be?
I could do the math, but
Or you can tell me the percentage, we can do the
yeah,
math.
typically for a project of this size, it's probably not unreasonable that the soft costs for all the consultants and all the professionals will probably be somewhere in the 5 or 6% range.
Okay, thank you. So you provide us with 4 options. So can we say this, if we have 4 years high school with reasonable learning condition, we only have 3 options actually. Number one, re-innovate the current high school, either relocate TCU to new high school, or we build a 9th grade academy or build new high school. We end up 3 ways.
I don't understand the question.
No,
I'm
my
sorry.
question is, if in order to have a 4 years high school
Yeah?
with a reasonable learning condition, we have either to build a new high school, or we re-innovate the current high school plus relocate TCU to the high school, or we build a new 9th grade academy.
Yeah, ultimately, if
This
you're.
is the 3 ways.
Yeah, if your goal, which clearly has been identified, to bring the 9th grade back to the high school,
The 4-year high school.
yeah,
That's-
then the answer is you have to bring the TCUs, build a 9th grade academy, or build a high school to accommodate the 4 years. You're correct.
His question is that the option A isn't an option to maintain the existing
Well,
building.
I guess my point would be that if you are building a 9th grade academy, you're probably still going to want to make improvements to the existing high school
So
because
it-
it's still aging. So we just broke that out, not that it was an option as a standalone
Yeah.
option, but it would
So-
ultimately be a consideration
Yeah.
to relate to the others. If someone ultimately determined that, well, you know what, we're going to live with the 9th grade there, well, then obviously option A is. But yes, if the option TCU or the other one to bring the 9th grade there, then I suspect you would want to consider improvements to the existing high schools.
So, okay. So if we add the cost for A plus B, A plus C, which very close to the new high school, right? So that is my point. Why not go in new high school has less impact to our students' learning and reduce a lot of stress for the teachers, students, if we spend the same amount of money. And no matter what you do with the old high school, you put tons of money there to re-innovate. It's still
An old high school.
old high school, and we still don't know what pipe under the concrete flat, and we still don't know how old is the wire is, right? We still, the roof is still not either heat or cold resistant, right? So that's the things I want people to know. The purpose for us to talk is to provide our students with a 4-year high school with reasonable learning condition, so the teacher can teach, our student can learn. Thank you. That's my point. I want you to give us this answer. The cost.
So Li Wu's point is that it's either A plus B, A plus C, or D. There is no standalone A option for us because our every intention is to get the 9th graders to the high school.
I am
Yeah.
here to provide information.
Yes, we know.
I am not here to be presumptuous about what the board would like to do.
No,
So
But I
I'm
do think-
merely here as the messenger.
But
To give you options and to explore the various things
Yes.
so that you can make the best decision possible.
yeah.
But I do think that point needs to be stressed multiple times, because the way the table reads in terms of the budget comparison, it looks like we have 4 separate options. And I can easily see people looking at this and say, why don't we go for the 9th grade academy? Because the cost of that is going to be a quarter of
Actually, the TCU relocation is even.
Yeah, it is even cheaper.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the ninth grade academy does not exist on its own. It's a ninth grade academy, and as Lewu and Marianne said, it's that plus maintaining the existing high school. And if we did the TCU relocation, then it would be that plus the existing. So really, the way this table ought to read is maintain the existing high school plus a TCU relocation, which puts the cost up to, what, $323 million, potentially. Or maintaining the existing high school plus the ninth grade academy, which would bring us up to $386 million, potentially, which is right in the range, as was pointed out, of a brand-new high school building. Like I said, I don't think we can emphasize that point enough, because folks are going to look at this table and run with it. So I really want to stress that.
Thanks, Wilbur. Antoinette?
Hi, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I have some questions for you. Well, I was actually here when there was that walkthrough at the high school to introduce the idea of bringing a new high school in those early phases. It was almost like a wish list of what it was going to be, domes and all these extra things. So I'm not even lying. Whoever was there, there was a dome. I was like, we don't even win anything, so why are we getting a dome? But I'm a football mom, I can say it. What I'm saying is, I see these numbers, but I don't see what these are paying for. So you said that there's theaters, and I want to see an itemized list so I can actually see what all these costs. Now, I know that maintaining the existing building would be ongoing, right? Because you're going to do it small. My husband works construction. I know that he cannot work, especially with noisy equipment during the daytime. So you're correct. It would be during the nighttime. And when you're working at nighttime, that's a little bit more costly. So that might change.
Sure.
Yeah, that might change the cost. But that doesn't bring the ninth graders here. So that's not going to work, because the goal for this board is to get the ninth graders out of Churchill. The TCU, bringing the TCU here, that's a lower cost, but that doesn't fix any of the problems that we have at the high school, which is literally has a leaky season. But and the desks are not up to date with the way the students need to learn right now. Then you go to the ninth grade academy. Lou, who's not here today, had a great point the last time when Joe was presenting to us. Why do the ninth graders get a new building? The seniors have been living in the leaky season this whole time. Why can't they be in there? But it would just be another
We can make it a
addition.
12th grade academy.
Right. But I'm saying it would just be an addition, right? But
Yep.
that doesn't fix the problems that's in the other side of the building. And then, like Lou said, no one's going underneath the building, so we don't know what's happening underneath there. We don't know if the asbestos is there and all those other things. How many high schools have you built?
New? None.
Yes. So this will be your first high school.
This will be a first ground-up high school.
Okay,
We've
so-
done dozens of projects that are significant in size, that are more complicated, and we've dealt with all of the pieces of these types of projects for 38 years.
Okay, so how did you get your layout? Did you?
We
meet
designed
with-
it, yeah.
No, I know you designed it. I'm saying, where did you get your feedback from? Did you have?
We were given a program.
Okay.
It wasn't finalized, and that was part of the challenge for us to finish it, but we used the facility efficiency standards from the Department of Education
Okay.
as a starting point, and then we were provided input on, here are the things that we would like to see in the building.
The wish list.
Well, it wasn't a wish list necessarily, because some of the things were, here's how we envision the science program being delivered, and things of that nature. By way of example, one discussion point was, do we do a pool? Right? And so that was.
They actually win. The swim team wins, so that would be a good idea.
There you go. So that was a discussion about maybe being part with the community and the township to be a joint venture, as it were, for that part of the school. So the way we developed the design was the facility efficiency standard from the state and input that we received as it relates to the program itself. That's how every design is started.
Okay.
So just, Greg, to make the point, the final program was not handed over, though.
That's
There's
correct.
still
Everything
like
was
a lot of variables. a
Everything
lot of
was in
input
draft
that's needed.
form, but people were anxious to see a concept. So
Right.
we used that draft program to create the design. And what we showed you was the massing model. We have floor plans that we
Right,
can
that's what-
absolutely share with you that show hallways, classroom spaces, multi-purpose spaces, all the spaces you would expect to see in a high school. We have a very detailed list of each of the spaces and the square footage requirements that comply with the facility efficiency standards. But to Joe's point, it was never finalized.
Right.
And so before we would do that, because we have to create an educational specification and all the things goes along with it, we would need the direction from the board that, okay, here is what the educators tell us they would like in the building. We agree, and that's the program that gets signed off and that the design gets finalized on.
I would like to see what they would request and how much that costs. So if that's possible. What I do want to ask you is the debt service aid, right, for maintaining the existing building. Why didn't they do that when you were here last time? Why was that never something that was started?
Clarify for me the question.
So if they were, when you were brought
By
in
they, you mean
originally.
the state?
No, the old board who had reached out to.
If I can answer.
Yeah.
We wouldn't receive the debt service aid unless we started a renovation project that was
Okay.
approved. So maintaining the building, you get nothing.
Right.
Right? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just
and
part of
perhaps
our
that needs
operational.
clarification.
Right.
When we talk about,
I know the
Right.
answer. I just want to make sure that whoever's watching this also knows that answer.
yeah, so there is the standard maintenance of cleaning windows and things like that. That's not eligible for debt service aid. And if a window breaks, replacing it isn't eligible for debt service aid.
Right.
The way debt service aid works now, there used to be grants where if you had money that you had available for a project, you would put up your share and the state would give you 34 cents to 40 cents
Okay.
on the dollar. Grants are no longer available. The only way to get aid from the state is to have debt. And so if you go to referendum, the state says, fine, if the project is eligible, you will get your fair share of debt service aid. The state promotes improving existing facilities, which is why we're confident most of the improvements, rather than maintain the existing high school, the infrastructure capital projects that are being discussed for the high school would receive that debt service aid because of that calculation. Anything that is newly constructed has a different calculation called the unhoused students, and so that would have to be calculated, and I suspect you would have potentially less funded as a result of that calculation.
And just let me
And-
clarify
And I want to
something.
clarify one other thing when we do that.
So debt service aid would equal bond referendum,
Right.
right? So if we were doing a project through a shared service agreement, which we do that a lot, do the roof, which PS is like $20 million on that building at least, we would get nothing from the state. We would have to get
Right.
voter approval. And then as some spaces are eligible, that goes into this calculation that, is not just a simple explanation, right? There's all kinds of formulas that go in. So not every space is going to be eligible for that. So it's
No, and I
very
think that's,
difficult
yeah,
when
and I
we're
think it's
talking
important
about,
for everybody to
right.
understand that. It's not going to be like, oh, why don't we just apply for all this
Right.
and just get it paid for?
And that's why, there's a range, and it's very difficult to say, okay, this is the exact cost, and this is what you're gonna get from the state. Because until we know what the building is
Right.
gonna be designed, and the
Yeah.
design is approved,
Yeah.
we can't determine that.
And just my final comment, you clearly learned from our midterms and finals presentation. We have a very involved town, and they will be all over this, so I think.
get it.
No, but it's important for them to know the details,
agree.
right? So I feel like the more information that we can provide to them, the easier it's going to be to either get it approved for referendum or get it rejected. But they need the detail, we need the details, I need those
As long as the
numbers.
phone calls go to Madam President and not me, we are all on the same page.
Tim might actually start getting these calls. Tim's line is open.
chairing this.
Congratulations, Tim.
My cell phone number is,
Tim is receiving, he will be
Yeah,
getting calls.
you make very good points, and obviously, we want to provide as much information and are happy to come back and do that over and over again. And look, I've been doing this for 38 years, and what I will tell you is that there will be people to whom you communicate that get it, and there are going to be people who will come up at the last minute and say, why didn't you ever articulate or communicate this to me? And you'd be like, what are you talking about? We have a conversation at every board meeting about this, leading up to the referendum, leading up to the planning stages. So it's just a matter of how engaged people want to be sometimes, how much time they have. It's, as you know, with your experiences on the board, there are so many variations and variables, but I agree with you, getting information is critical.
I just want it to be done right, because neighboring districts, they have a brand-new high school, and that their students outgrew it. Or if you go to Churchill right now, those hallways don't house those size of those children. So I just want to make sure if we're paying, if we're all going to be paying for this, we're getting what we paid for. So I did want to ask you, I am a visual learner. Do you have like a 3D walkthrough, like a little slideshow?
We can absolutely, we don't now, but that's.
Is that going to cost me money though?
No.
No?
Eventually,
He said no.
eventually it'll cost you money, but
Will that video cost me money, sir?
for you, no.
No, okay, thank you. Wow. Thank you for your presentation.
Doctor, what am I supposed to say? I'm on the spot here.
You're being recorded.
Yeah, I know. Where's your IT department? I gotta talk to you.
The town is going to hold you to that.
Cliff, raise your hand.
Slavic, don't take it. Slavic, do not take that
Isn't there a
out.
gap in the tape that's happening right about now?
Yeah,
We mentioned that in the beginning, no editing permitted, so.
I understand it.
Yeah. Any,
I have a couple
Tim?
questions.
Oh,
so
Antoinette, are you,
you-
you're
you
good?
go
You're
first.
good, okay. And Tim?
All right, thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Of course.
This, to me, is the singular biggest decision that this board will make, certainly within the near future, right? And it is imperative that we, of course, are communicating openly and actively, as Antoinette is saying, and, certainly continuing to engage with the community to make sure that we're doing this together and that we have a clear understanding and they have a clear sense of what's driving this. I have a couple questions. So, and I asked this in I asked this in our last meeting. I just want to clarify this one more time. How many students do we have in our 9th grade approximately right now?
700.
700. Okay, so if we were to take the option of moving the TCUs to the high school, to the existing space, relocating those, bringing 700 kids into that space, do we have the common space, the other infrastructure that would go into requiring that those kids had a safe and healthy, stable learning environment? No, we don't. So to me,
I
that
think we don't even have a cafeteria.
right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So we would have to either dramatically shift the operation entirely, right, which is a whole nother Megillah and kettle of fish that maybe we aren't even prepared to explore at this point in time, or we just can't do that. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
Okay. So to me, that option is not an option. It just doesn't make any sense to me to spend that kind of money and get nothing out of it. And in fact, actually to put us in further risk and to further endanger the students and faculty, staff's learning experience. It doesn't make any sense. You had the pie graphs up there with the population capacity and the comparing existing to new. So in your, I thought it was interesting actually in terms of like the space type, there's really not a whole lot of change that you guys are forecasting at this point in time based off of that. The percentages are really close.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
again, the facility efficiency standards from the state has typically been a guide since 2000 for what's the ideal high school, what's the ideal middle school, what's the ideal elementary school. And so depending on your district practices, the instructional space might go up or down depending on how many students you want to put in a particular classroom. But there are still theaters at high schools, there are still gymnasiums at high schools. So yeah, the answer is that in that respect,
Yeah.
the program requirements are very similar.
I got you. So the population capacity, the new capacity is only an increase of approximately 750 individuals based off of the existing capacity. That's just separating those two numbers there, which essentially swallows the entire 9th grade, right? So in terms of like looking forward, right, and being prepared for even more people, that doesn't do it already, right? We're already way behind the ball. We probably need to forecast for. I mean, what do you think is like a fair? If you were building a new space and you wanted to make sure you had enough room to grow for the next 25 to 30, 50 years, what do you think is like the right number to forecast there?
I wish I could give you an answer, but I can't because driving down here on Route 18,
Right.
I saw wonderful townhouses being built for $600,000 and luxury rentals that are building. So if you build it, they will come, right?
Yeah.
And so, so the realities are that depending on the demographics
Yeah.
that are occurring in the district, you have some cases new construction, and in other cases, families that have raised their children here and who are moving away being replaced with younger families that had kids. What I can tell you is that any demographic study or demographer will tell you they can really only project out about 5 years.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think Antoinette made this point, and I want to definitely amplify it a little bit further. And I think you stole it from Lou, so I'm going to steal it from him too. But we can't call this thing a ninth grade academy. We just have to like wipe that off the record right now. All this is more space. If we go down that road, we don't know how it's going to be used, but we. What's that? The West Wing. Sure, whatever. Call it whatever you want, but like, I just want to make sure that we're clear that this is not designed. Obviously, it's to accommodate more people. So, so I would almost encourage us to just remove that and just say add-on or something, right? What's that? An addition, exactly. So to me, and I don't know how we do this, but I mean, at my core, without all of the information, without all the data, without having an opportunity, we just didn't get to it, and it's just the way it is. But I haven't really walked through the high school myself to just see it for myself, really, like the depths of the high school. I know that there's things that I can't even see that are buried deeper, underground that are probably hazardous, that when they do break, will cause us extreme headaches, as they did a year and a half ago when we had to shut the whole building down for a week around the holidays. We're not poised to move forward in a good way right now, right, with that building the way it is. I think the biggest thing that we haven't been able to do, and I don't know if this is even possible, is to tell people, how is this going to affect the bottom line? Like, what is this going to pull from my pocket on a monthly, whatever this referendum is, and I don't know how we do that, but the dollar drives everything, right? I mean, it really does. And what I don't know as a taxpayer here, I have 3 kids here. My oldest 2 if we went forward with this, my oldest 2, and got, obviously if like a successful referendum went through, my youngest, who's going into 5th grade, would maybe see it, right? I'm not too optimistic. What's it going to cost me? Is this going to be an additional $2,000 a year that I'm going to be paying? Is this going to be an additional $20? Until we can actually like give something, I don't know how we can ask anybody to agree with anything. And my question is like, can we do that? Do we have the ability to say to people, we anticipate that this will be an additional, even if it's a percentage point, 3% on your annual taxes if a referendum is successful?
Right. So we can give you, or I can, my staff, we can do some estimates based off of tax rates now. Because again, projecting out, 10 years, if we issue bonds, it's 30 years of payments, right? So what the tax base is, 30 years from now, who knows? So, but we can give you some right now impact, not on the total cost because that's variable, right? We don't know what the total cost is going to be, what the debt service aid and everything, but we can come up with some scenarios to say, okay, if it's $100 million or $1 million of debt will equal this to the average, assessed value of a home type deal. And build off of that, I'm always reluctant to do that. Just like the one slide, people are going to go off that table and say, why didn't you know, just spend the 11 million, that's better than 400 million. I don't want to trigger and get stuck on that number, knowing that 5 years from now, that number's not going to be the number I'm sitting up here saying.
Right.
So it's the communication. There is a lot. I think when I did the last presentation, it's like, okay, this is the first step. This is step 2. We still have like 98 steps to go.
Yeah.
All right. So we're not even crawling yet.
I just want to echo Joe's words because there's a pro and the con to that early doing it.
Okay.
What is the interest rate that is going to be projected for that? That could change over the course of years. So I think that there needs to be an exploration of what is best educationally to start. And then as we get closer, absolutely, people are going to want to know, how does this impact me? But we want to see, ideally, we can hypothesize based on everything we know, but until the state comes back with their final approval and any debt service aid that they would contribute, that'll have an impact as well. So there are a lot of variables, and I think to Joe's point, mathematically, those things are relatively easy to do. If your tax base goes up, that new construction is going to add to your tax base. That helps subsidize it. No.
Pilot.
Oh, it's a pilot program.
Yes.
So the other thing I want to mention, Tim, the impact will also be offset by expiring debt that we have. So we have bonds that are expiring. So those issues are getting later in their life. So we will have to be very strategic on how we structure the bonds. Like, a lot of times we want flat, right? So for us, a flat if we did the 30-year bonds for this project right now, it wouldn't be the same dollar amount between principal and interest each year. We would want to look at our other debt service to say, okay, how do you structure and ladder it, so the impact isn't felt all at once. So it's not, again, there's so many variables.
There are a lot of variables.
And, the architect plays a big role in it. Our bonding professionals play a big role. Our financial advisor that handles the bonding, because there's also going to be a time where the bond, referendum passes, we have an influx of money. We're going to have to invest that very wisely to maximize that return. That will help offset the cost of the bonds to the taxpayers as well. So there's a lot of things, but that's typical, right? Every meeting, there's a lot of things. So
There are a lot of moving parts that have to be managed and coordinated, and the debt rolling off is a great example where when we get to that point, it needs to be coordinated because you want to be able to substitute new debt before that debt formally goes off, because that will subsidize payments. Because if you divided it back up to the community members, it doesn't really make a huge impact. It's cents on the dollar. But when you combine everyone's money with debt rolling off, you get to make additional improvements for the capital.
Thank you. So I hear you. So you won't be able to tell me as a taxpayer.
No,
Not today. I get
Let's be
that.
clear.
But before.
I am the architect.
Oh, you are. Nobody. But before
So
I have not
if you
been.
want financial information from the financial people,
The good-looking guy to the right of me.
good-looking.
Two good-looking guys. So, okay. I mean, but, and forgive me, I have not been a part of a referendum. This is a huge deal, right?
No
So,
one has.
I don't
We
think any of us
haven't.
have.
This is
So,
new for all.
but-
Oh, Anna. Yeah. Anna.
Oh,
I
Anna
forgot.
has, Anna
With
has.
Hammersholt, right?
Right on.
Hammersholt, yeah.
So, but before the average citizen goes out to vote, all of us included, right? We will have a sense of how much this is going to cost me on an annual, something as straightforward as that.
100%. Before you cast a vote,
Right.
all of the questions that you've just raised have to, and I'm going out on a limb because now I'm playing lawyer, but Mr. Jacoby can tell you if I'm right or wrong, that has to be in the verbiage
Sure.
of the question. So by that point, to get to referendum, we will have submitted, we will have gotten approvals from the DOE, we'll have locked in budgets that have contingencies and escalation, because once you get that approved, you can't borrow more money. You're locked into that number, and we want to be able to say, under promise, over deliver, right? So we know that this is going to get, and if we have no issues, we don't have to borrow all that money. But at that point, you will 100% know all the specifics down to this is what we are expecting the tax impact to be on the community. And then, again, my experience is that most financial advisors will take a conservative interest rate. And what's interesting is that even though residential rates are relatively high now, in the 6 or 7%, these kinds of bonds are less. They're still in the 3 or 4% range, I believe. I haven't looked at that today per se, but they're still lower than what people conventionally believe. But at the end of the day, you can't go out and sell bonds until the referendum passes. So in that respect, you're hypothesizing up until the actual vote. And then just like the capital project, the team will go out to bid to funding sources to get the best rate.
Thank you. One other quick question. Previously, I had heard this is a $500 million project, right? But this, I think, goes back like a couple of years ago now, because there was some energy and momentum around this, and then it all just disappeared for the past 2 years, and we're kind of back at it now. Is it still a $500 million project?
I can't answer that because I don't know what the final program is.
Fair. Okay, that's fair. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I think more, not really a question, but an overall concern for looking at the TCU relocation. The areas, especially one where, I mean, I'm guessing you've been there, so it's like
We've been there.
hanging off, right? Like one of these it's kind of floating in air, right? Because it's on a hill.
The slope does drop.
Yes, and so it's slopey slope because we know that kids go sled riding there, and so to me, like looking at that, that's a concern. And then we look at how our kids are crossing the parking lot. And if you've ever been for pickup or drop off in the morning, it's already hectic. I mean, I've seen security and the crossing guards in the past, like at the end of the few months of school, trying to like rework things to get everybody, to get the buses out safely, to get the walkers out safely, to get kids to sports. So there's already a lot of things going on. So having it in the front concerns me. But also, back to your original point, is there's no shared like space for them to have lunch. And so we're moving the TCUs, and we would pay that if we were to also maintain, right, pay the cost for maintaining the high school. But we're still not covering the point of there's not enough room for them to eat lunch, right? Like there's no space for them. Plus, if we're looking at maintaining our existing building, I know that we have tours scheduled. It's bad. Like the passing, the passing in the hallway, the terminal, I've heard. It gets a little hectic, right? It's not.
We have an expert in the.
Yes, right? I see Dr. Bashir shaking his head, right? Like it's, so it doesn't fix our like, yes, it's maintaining, it's fixing the structure. But it's maintaining, and it's not fixing, it's not addressing the problem, which is there's still a lot of kids there. There's not enough room for them. They need to be able to move safely. There's no lunch space still for the ones that we're thinking about bringing. And so I think that kind of goes back to the point of we're looking at investing or spending all of this money, and really what are our options, right? Does that continue to take some of these off the table? Even a temporary like relocation to get the 9th grade there, that we're still thinking like, how do we add them to a lunchroom, right? Or how do we have space for them just to be able to participate in a school day, right? We're having them move outside through different elements possibly, because I'm sure we're not just keeping them in these space out there floating. So yeah, and to me, it's like a lot of logistical things that I think come into question for further discussion.
I think hearing you guys talk, like to Liu's point earlier, you've actually eliminated another option. So it doesn't even, if we're going to do B, you have to do C with it. And then, so it's like, it's either A plus B plus C or
Right.
just D.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we're taking
just-
away options.
I
Yeah.
just want to reiterate
You're
The architect.
You're
we
the
know.
Well, no,
architect.
that these were living designs,
Right.
meaning that they were conceptual in nature to start this exact dialogue. And by no means are these the final decision that you're being asked to decide on. Because if there was an appetite for doing something at the existing high school, then I think, based on the observations, well, we'd have to make that addition larger to accommodate a larger population. And what does that mean? Does it mean it needs more gym space? Does it need more multi-purpose space? Does it need other things? So I just want to reiterate that your observations are very accurate, and we've taken steps to conceptually look at some of them. We're very aware of the slope, and we recognize what would go in there, and that's reflected in that budget, that if I was doing this on a flat parking like I was out here, it would be less expensive. So please know that nothing has been decided by us. We've been creating these to have this dialogue, and that once we get some consensus, we're going to go back and start working with the administration on, all right, what's the program? Because with us, that's where we start as a profession. What are your needs, and what are your wish list items and wants? And can we get them in there and continue to balance those things? And how big of an expanded space could we potentially create even though we only have numbers on which we can rely 5 years out. But I have seen firsthand a building get constructed and open, and the day it opened, because remember, this is a multi-year process, they're packed to the gills.
Yeah. We don't
And
want
back go the kids to the middle school, right? So this is not a new concern. But I think your observations are dead on, and this is going to be step 3 of 98 more.
Right, thank you. And I think this and the dialogue here allows us to have discussions, right, and to talk about things, and the opportunity for parents who might not have been at the high school before, or have not walked through that building, or been at inside the TCUs, to know, like, okay, these are the options, or this is what it looks like, or this is ultimately what we're trying to address, right? It's not just structurally in some cases, it's how do we get a whole nother group of students
Sure.
to this building safely, provide, like, with learning opportunities and, like, improving their outcomes, and not just saying, well, let's, like, just move a building, you know, like, there's all these things that go into it, and, you know, at being a high school parent, just going to a PTA meeting and having to walk past buckets on the floor because there's water dripping from the ceiling, right? Like, for our kids, like, that's what happened, you know, that's what happens when they walk to class and walk down the hallway. So I think just having the opportunity to have, like, specifics and discussion and dialogue up here with you
Yeah.
allows the
Absolutely.
community to know some of the restraints that we face too, right? Or
Yep.
the things that we see or that are shared with us by other students or teachers or staff. And, you know, I know, again, like, we'll have the opportunity to tour the buildings together in a few weeks, or in small groups. And so I think we'll all, you know, get to see more firsthand of the student experience. But even, like, the lunchroom just already being crowded, right? It's difficult to navigate.
Or multiple lunch periods,
That are early,
Has-
late, yeah,
lunch starting at breakfast.
exactly. So, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Lori. Anna?
Okay, well, planning ahead for enrollment, please correct me if I'm wrong, the state provides guidelines, is that still the case? In other words, an allowed per pupil square footage if you're building a building.
Yeah, so the state's facility efficiency standard has a recommended square footage per student. So it's different for a high school versus a middle school versus elementary school. They do have a guide. Then there's also called something district practices, because you may have a different educational proposal and they're perfectly okay with that. But to answer your question, yes, there are some guidelines that talk about a per square foot allocation per student.
Right, so in answer to your question, Tim, we can't just go and build a building for 4,000 students if we don't have 4,000 students.
So just to clarify, if you're paying for it, the state's happy to let you build whatever you would like.
Anna,
Okay.
thank you for paying for it.
So,
No,
so just to be clear, but by way of example, the state came up with their calculation that if you have unhoused students, you're only going to get funding for their calculation.
Yep.
Now, if you want to build one because you think you're going to have 6,000 students in this building by the year 2040 or whatever, the state's not, if you want to build an indoor tennis court, the state's going to be, no problem, you can build whatever you would
That's
like,
true.
but the state will not subsidize any
Right.
of those things if it's not within the facility efficiency standard.
Yeah, that's, see, because I'm 20 years out of being involved in a bond referendum and new construction. New Hammersholt, that building started being constructed in 2006. Hammersholt was only 45 years old. It was built in 1961, at least the main part of the building. Now, one thing that you said, and I wrote it down in big letters here, the fact that buildings can last a long time if they have been maintained. If they have been maintained. Now, because I've been around so long, I've seen an awful lot of budgets where, you know, cuts had to be made, and where did it come from? It came from maintenance. year after year. And like I said, I was involved in the schools here since 1987. So, no, our high school has not been maintained the way that we would maintain our house, which means that you're talking a lot of expense when you go and start to even renovate a building like that. And when we were looking at New Hammershold, and it's interesting with the state funding, at that time, we were able to get a certain amount of money from the state because we were doing what was called, it was considered, New Hammershold was considered a renovation, right? Because they saved one hallway, okay? And they built the rest of the building at the end of that hallway. So from my classroom, I watched the new building go up. And honestly, like, it wasn't bad because it was, across the field, and it was not disruptive. Now, I worked in Churchill when Churchill was being renovated, when that whole big, long, the connection from north and south. You want to talk about asbestos and other nasty things? It was not nice at all. So that's the thing when you're talking about how long these things take when you have to take into account that students have to use the building when you're trying to do some kind of renovations. And the reason we don't know what's underneath the floors at the high school is we don't have the architectural plans from when the building was built.
In
Okay?
1958.
Gone, just gone. Now, Antoinette, you had talked about hallway size. The north building at Churchill was Smith Elementary School.
Right.
Okay? So when that building was built, and again, that goes back to the 60s, that upper building, it was built a width that was appropriate for little kids. It's not a width appropriate for big kids. And TCU's,
It's appropriate for me.
well, okay, right.
I've been that same size since I went to church.
I mean, my classroom was the old Smith School cafeteria, okay? The lunch lady line is still there where my mother worked, which kind of cracks me up. So the TCUs were put at Churchill in 2021 without making any changes to the rest, am I right, Kristen? Okay. Without making any changes to the rest of the building. So gym spaces, nope, nothing expanded there, although the gym at Churchill is big. Cafeteria, nope. The only thing that was added was there was a faculty lunchroom off of the cafeteria, and I know exactly how big that is because I used to eat lunch there. There's no, adding that little lunchroom certainly did not accommodate an extra 700 children. So when we're talking about what to do, because I worked at Churchill and I know how crowded Churchill was, and when you have a couple thousand kids, it's quite chaotic. And when none of those things were done, that made it a very uncomfortable situation for the students, the teachers, everybody at Churchill. So whatever we decide to do going forward, and Tim, you had mentioned this, let's put it this way. Having been through a bond referendum, okay, everything will eventually be down to the penny practically. All right, we'll know exactly what the classrooms look like. We'll know how much space will be for auditoriums because, of course, at Hammershold, they built an auditorium and not a cafetorium like they had at Churchill because then it could be rental space. So I presume that there'll be an auditorium or other kinds of rental spaces at a new high school. And you can make some pretty good money per hour renting those facilities. Let's see. Would the new high school, let's pretend, a new high school or an addition, would it support solar energy, the roof?
The answer is it could.
It could.
Yeah, I mean, the solar panels there are a few considerations when you talk about solar. Orientation is one. Blockage by trees and other things is a second. And then the structure of whatever it sits on. So if it's ground mounted, not an issue. If it's roof mounted, you want to make sure the structure supports that, because when you talk about structure, you're talking about live load and dead load. Live load are we're walking around. Dead load are the things like the furniture that just sits in the place all the time. So the answer to your question is yes, it could absolutely be designed to hold solar panels.
Okay, right, because I know that some of our current buildings are not capable of having solar panels because of, and I don't understand the construction, what has to be there to support solar panels. But I know at Irwin, I think the type of roof that is on that building would not support the weight of solar panels. So I was just curious where we would be with that. Okay, I think I'm done with my history lesson here. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Anna. And I think you're asking about the solar as a source of revenue, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely,
Yeah.
because, I mean, that would make so much sense. And that's something that has been brought up by the community over and over and over. And it would make sense if we were able to produce some of our own electricity. And where a new high school would go, looking at your plans, it's all open, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Jamie, then Wilbur.
Just a quick remark to piggyback off of the solar panel idea. I love energy efficiency. It's near and dear to me. Also concerns for fire safety. So if we do explore that, we definitely want to make sure that, God forbid there was a fire in the facilities, that firefighters would be able to attend to it properly, because sometimes the presence of solar panels can affect their ability to respond. One thought I had, though, as you were saying that, Anna, imagine how cool it'd be to have covered parking that is paid for at a premium with the solar panels over it. You know, there's so many extrapolations of that idea. I think it's a really good thought. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thanks, Jamie. Wilbur.
I did want to acknowledge Anna's comment about the maintenance, because having been inside the high school a lot, it's pretty clear to me that maintenance could have been better over the years. And I've mentioned this before, but the high school that I went to was built just a year or so after EBHS was. This is in Flossmoor, Illinois, and that high school is still standing. It's been added on to, and it's not going to fall over anytime soon. And I know it's because the maintenance was done well. So I think it's a testament to what can be done if we pay attention to those things, and it's important because I don't want to have to go through all this work and then have the good people of East Brunswick have to build another high school in 50 years. I'm hoping that we can make this really a long-term asset to our town. In terms of the space thing, I had a couple questions. You mentioned that the state uses a formula for space per student. They have guidelines. I do know that those space guidelines vary depending on which grade that you're in. And the thing I'm most familiar with is at the elementary grades. The space requirement also depends on whether or not, say, you're a special education student or not. Does that also apply at the high school level, or is it strictly just numbers at that?
So there are two numbers that we're talking about, and they're mutually exclusive. So the generic overall gross square footage number per student is what the state uses for calculating unhoused students and ultimately any monies that they would contribute to you. When you talk about individual spaces, now you're talking about a different square footage that has evolved over time. But by way of example, and I'm going to ask John or Josh to correct me if I'm mistaken, a kindergarten space is 900 square feet, 50 square foot for a bathroom, 850 square foot for the kindergarten space proper.
900 plus 50.
That's what I meant. 900 square feet plus 50 for the bathroom. And they tell you how many students you can put, not how many you could. They give you a guideline of how many students will go in that space. When you get up to the high school, it's 750 square feet, which is counterintuitive because you'd say to yourself, well, high school kids are much bigger. Why don't they get more square footage? And that's because the kindergartners need play area and ground space to do it. So those accumulation of spaces has nothing to do with the gross square footage per student. It has to do with the individual classroom environment. And so that if you have a 750 square foot space at the high school for a general classroom, that they say can hold, that they would recommend, or their calculations support 24 in that classroom, you could put 30 in there. The design will support it. That's a district practice. Does that answer your question? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
it does.
Well, yeah, and so if there are special ed spaces, those are also have their own square footage, and it's primarily driven by less of a population. So, for example, a small group instructional space is 600 square feet, but only has, 400 square feet, that's what I meant, has maybe 8 or 12 students in it. So at the end of the day, there's a correlation, at least on the state's calculation. So yes, a special education space would be designed differently and a different population quantity than a science room or an instructional space or a gymnasium, for example.
Okay. And part of the reason I'm asking this is that East Brunswick, in our special education population is higher than, average in New Jersey. I just want to make sure that was taken into account when space was being
Well, and again,
out.
so the program was not finalized.
Yeah,
It
okay.
had spaces that were identified, but as we develop this program further, we might be told we want to increase from 5 to 10 of these small group instructional spaces or these specialized classrooms, or drop from the number you were given of 10 to 8. So
Yeah.
yes, absolutely, that will be the importance of this program.
Okay, good. I mean, I understand that there's a lot of moving
Many
parts
moving
here. It's been
parts.
said earlier, but it's good to hear that there's room to move on that.
100%.
Okay, terrific. In terms of the model that we have, is there the ability to expand on that space in the future should we
Yes.
need it?
Yeah.
And would that involve going vertically or horizontally?
So our design did contemplate some master planning so that you don't have to create spaces next to other spaces that weren't contemplated. So we have a set of circumstances where we consciously built a little bit higher in the existing building because everyone, again, 38 years I've heard this, well, was our foundation designed to support a second floor or a third floor? And conceptually, I understand why that sounds like a good, but if you're busting at the seams and construction takes longer than a summer window, you can't be constructing over children that are occupying a building. And so while conceptually it makes sense that you don't have any more square footage to build out, so let's go up, there's never really an opportunity to vacate your already pressing square footage needs to build on top. So our master plan design, at least to date, has areas where we've consciously built a little bit higher in some areas for the current so that there is areas in a footprint to construct some additional spaces if you needed to come back in 5, 10, 15 years after it was constructed to put more space there.
Okay. We had mentioned, a few of us have mentioned, including yourself, about new building opening up and all of a sudden finding out that we didn't have enough space for all the students there. From your perspective, what were the pitfalls that led to that situation?
Too much development in a suburban, rural area.
Okay. All right. Good. So that would be the main thing for us to be watching out for.
I don't think you're going to have as much of a problem, but based on what I passed on Route 18, maybe I'm mistaken.
Okay. All right. Great. And, finally, I just want to repeat a couple points because I think it bears repeating. We've talked about not knowing where, stuff is, and I know a lot of us have direct experience with this, but, my kid was in the high school when that water main broke, and so I have firsthand experience about how stressful it is to have your kid at home for an additional week while people are, while the school district is trying to figure out how to fix it because they don't know where all the things are. So it's not a trivial issue. And again, that's an issue that's going to be there if we renovate the old building because unless we're going to raise the whole thing to the ground right off the bat, I don't know how we're going to find out what's underneath there. And then finally, I know I'm repeating myself, but it bears repeating that the idea of the new academy for a grade that shall be named later, that's not a standalone option. And I think I really want to stress that because, again, I can easily see people looking at this and just running with that idea that will by itself will fix our issues, and that's something that needs to be clearly communicated out to the community. Thanks.
Can I ask one more quick question, which not so much for you, and I don't need an answer right now, but I think it'd be helpful to know how much money we currently spend transporting ninth graders to or from the high school on an annual basis.
It was in our last budget.
What's that?
It was in our last
Was
budget.
it really? Yeah. Do you know off the top of your head?
I think I know, but I'm not going to say because
Okay.
I don't want to be wrong.
Or just how much cost is, hits the district as a result of the fact that ninth graders are not on the same property as the other three grades? I'd be curious to know that number.
Good question.
I do have one more question. Why is it going to take so long to finish the construction? I mean, you keep mentioning those beautiful buildings on your way here. They're almost done, and they just started, like, maybe last year. So why would it take 7 years to do this?
So at the end of the day, we still have to get to a community vote, which doesn't add,
So the actual
To their
construction is
project.
just the 3 years?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in this table.
I think that needs to be
Right.
clear because, the quicker everybody gets on board, the quicker the ninth graders can go where they belong.
I think, to recap some of the things that were said earlier, there are a lot of moving parts that will need to be reiterated multiple times and will need to be separated out. The goal here was to regain some momentum after a hiatus and to engage the conversation again, but there is additional due diligence, resolution with the county and the town about roadways, DEP, Department of Environmental Protection could take a whole year to get an approval, even though you already have what's called a letter of interpretation. A letter of interpretation lets you know that the state agrees with where your wetlands are located, and so that you can maintain buffers from them. They're good for 5 years. We had one approved. It was renewed, because you're allowed to renew them once without any interaction with the DEP. We renewed it for another 5 years. That's coming up to expire, and we're gonna need to redo that so that once we have that approval, we'll know that the building will fit where we say it is. Environments have been known to change, and the DEP has been known to change their minds on certain things. The last thing you want to do is present something to the community on a hypothesis that the old LOI is good, to find out that there is some shrimp ferry that showed up in the water. And that's not a joke. These are real things. The Indiana bat, fairy shrimp, and a host of other things that the DEP can say exist, and now it's an endangered species, and we're going to increase that boundary. So these are all the pieces. The construction itself is not that whole time. Well, I'm not going to say it's the easy part, but it's certainly only one part of all these steps that for a public entity with prevailing wage has to manage.
One of your slides does have the schedule comparison, and it breaks out the construction time as opposed to the other stuff. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Also on that slide, for maintain.
And one point that was made, once the building gets constructed and occupied, we still have to raise the old building and reestablish the field. So you can't do those things until you have the opportunity to move the kids.
Demo the old building, just raise equals demo, right? I just want to make sure that,
Correct.
thank you.
So,
I was
I
thinking.
just want to make
You're a
sure.
very intelligent group.
I don't have all.
Your community at home
hear you.
understands these things.
And then the other thing too, sorry, is that in your drawing here, you have a new stadium put in where the existing building currently would be put. You're not necessarily stating that we need two stadiums, obviously. You're just
No.
we're filling
It's
space.
just a
right?
That
rendition.
concept was merely to create another field in place of the one that we're removing.
Right.
That might have larger bleachers or
Got you.
whatever you ultimately direct us to do.
Got you.
So one comment. So when our neighbor town Monroe got a new high school, the time they opened their door is still too small for the students. So that is very good example
I
for
think
us to
that's
keep
what-
in
yeah,
mind.
That's what Antoinette and I think Tim said earlier too. Yeah. Yeah. So, thank you. I just want to point out, you, as you so eloquently stated, you are the architect. We would still have to, we would still
Thank you,
need.
Madam President. I genuinely appreciate that.
No, but we would still need a contractor, right, Joe?
Yes.
And that would require bids, right? It would just.
Correct.
So
What'll happen
these are all
is,
estimates, the
Just
numbers.
as a very, very broad brush, direction from the board, a lot of interaction with stakeholders, administration. We've interviewed students. Hey, tell us what is good about the high school so that we can help the next generation be better. And we had a young man who said to me, ironically, I can't remember who said about the hallways, I'm a small guy. I get bounced around these hallways. Can we make the hallways a little bit wider? Hey, great solution. You know, I always get the, can we have a ball pit? But, you know, obviously those things don't get incorporated into design. Once that's done, the design will be updated. We'll walk through the design. We'll do a fly-through of the design. You'll get to see what the new building's gonna look like. You'll see all the individual spaces, their relationships. Submit to the DOE. DOE approves it. Submit for the county to have it as a vote to the community. The vote passes. Then the real work starts because we have to develop the detailed drawings. And then, based on a public entity, we will go out to publicly bid, and you will get the lowest
Responsible.
By law,
lowest
yeah.
responsible bidder
Yeah.
to do that. So that contractor will come later, but there'll be a team of professionals that we've already had involved, cost estimator, your environmental consultant, the civil, you know, doing all that planning so that things can be really locked in. So that's why the schedule is what it is, and that's all these different pieces. And the construction will come post-referendum, post-drawings with a public bid.
I just want to make sure the public is aware of that cost is based on bid, depending on
That's
when
correct.
we get to bid. And
That's correct.
if that takes a long time, that could potentially go up, as we saw in your graph, that it's shifted so much over the last few years.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's as of right now, that's the
And,
cost.
and just for the record, some of our projections do take into consideration escalation because we know this is a multi-year process. So the numbers you're seeing are our hypotheses based on history of what we're expecting. And we'll tweak that once we get it, because if the building square footage goes down or goes up, that will have an impact on program and ultimately the investment that has to be made.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Anybody else? So I'm just gonna let the public know, these conversations with the board can only happen in public under the law, which is why we haven't discussed them in closed. Maybe we've had conversations with each other here and there, but once we are in quorum, which is 5 or more people, we can only do this publicly, which is why, you know, it seems like it's taking time, but it has to be at a board meeting or at a publicly announced meeting. So I don't know if the board is even ready to discuss this, but does everybody have a feel of like what direction they want to go in? I mean, I know that the next step is direction from the board. Anna?
Okay, so the master plan was made in 2019. TCUs were installed in 2021, and then nothing. Radio silence. This will not happen.
With this board.
Not with this board.
Yeah.
Oh, heck no. Because we've been wasting, so much time has been wasted, so much money has been wasted. It's negatively, as far as I'm concerned, impacted our students, especially those who are at Churchill. And no matter what, we will move. This board will move. And we need to put out all of this to the community. If the community wants a new high school, then they will vote that way. If they don't want a new high school, they will vote accordingly, and then we will make other plans. But I guarantee you, we will move.
Okay. Anyone else want to?
It's hard to make a decision at this point in time
Yeah,
without
yeah.
having.
I
much
wasn't
experience.
asking for this. I just want to get the conversation going so that the public is aware that we are moving the conversation along and that we are acting. It's a matter of deciding what direction we're going to go.
If I was going to direct you, I'm going to say the same thing I said before. I just need to see what what that cost covers. That for me, that would be my next step. this, you're saying $400 million, but what am I getting for $400 million? So for me, I don't know if the rest of the board agrees with me, but I'd like to see the line items.
Yeah, I mean, I think the next step, and I know, Tim, you requested the walkthroughs. I took it a step further, and Dr. Mammon kindly agreed to do those walkthroughs during school hours, because we need,
During passing time.
yeah, especially during passing time, because I was at the high school for, but I was getting like tossed around the hallway, and I'm an adult, and I'm like, how do these kids do this? And I think it really, I've heard some of the rhetoric that, we all went through this high school, and what's the big deal? And again, not the same students that existed 30, 40, 50 years ago. The space impacts how students feel, and it impacts how much they're able to learn. So if we want to improve our academics, this is just one piece of that. We can't overlook that or underestimate it. So I think, just so the public is aware, we are having walkthroughs. We have them scheduled, not in quorum. And I will be at each one to make sure that the conversation that's being had in those, we did this during the budget as well, but like I take all of those and I send a communication to the board so that everybody's aware of what everybody else was thinking. And then when we meet in public, we can have the discussion, but we can't have that discussion enclosed, which is why it happens here.
Marianne, I think your comment about providing the best environment for education is key. Because we've talked about the cost. I'm not going to say the cost isn't important. Of course it's important. It'd be silly to say otherwise. But the way that I think about these sorts of things is we figure out what the mission statement is. Luckily, we have a strategic plan, right? And the strategic plan, in a nutshell, says that we want to provide the best education that we can for the students of East Brunswick. To me, the way I put this together is, okay, fine, then let's provide a great environment for that, whatever that looks like. And then we can talk about the cost and what we're getting for that money. But the thing is that what strikes me is that there isn't a line in any of our discussions of the strategic plan about spending as little money as possible and making that the priority. Because we could spend a lot less money, which is do nothing with the building. That's really not a feasible thing. And I don't think that anybody, any reasonable person would disagree with that comment. And for what it's worth, I'm not going to say there's a huge amount of feedback, but people have seen our previous conversation about the high school and what to do with it and what the options are. And at least from what I've seen, folks in town are kind of excited about the new high school that would be coming. And again, this is just because of the age of my kids. These are people, to your point, Tim. These are people who are not going to benefit from the new high school at all. Their kids are in high school or they're out, and they're still excited. And the students that were in the old high school are excited about this idea. I'm excited, and I have nothing to look forward with a new high school except a higher tax bill. But I'm into it, and it's important because it's important. It is important because it's a cliche. Our children, our students are our future. And if we don't invest in them, then that's going to have an impact on our future and their future. And so to me, that's the priority list. And again, I want to be clear. I'm not ignoring the cost factor at all. It is important, but it can't be the number one thing. Because if it is the number one thing, then we don't do maintenance. And look at where we get, right?
All right. I hope you enjoyed us as much as we
did.
enjoyed you.
Let's do this again very soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying so late. Thank
And
you.
We'll connect with Joe. You obviously talk amongst yourselves, and then we'll
Yeah.
help you keep moving this along.
Thank you. All right. Oh my gosh, we have another presentation. Okay. All right. Next we
Okay,
have
hi, everyone.
the-
At 10:20, we're
Yeah.
going to talk about our ESF program. Very exciting. So we're going to, okay, we'll wait for both sides, so. We are going to share with you the access scores from last spring. And just to change it up a little bit, I brought a friend with me this evening, Mrs. Di Benedetti. She is the supervisor of world languages and the ESL program. And we both want to thank the board and Dr. Mammon for your support and allowing us to consult with Dr. Ken and the Love of Literacy last spring. He was able to conduct an audit of the ESL program. Ms. Di Benedetti was new as the supervisor, and in her new role, we felt that this would be a great time to find out what's working really well and what might need a little attention. So Ms. Di Benedetti is going to share the results of that audit with you and the next steps for her department. So welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me tonight. Since I'm last, if you want to save all your questions, that's okay. I wanted to start off after I fix the microphone by beginning with the big picture of our department. During the 2025-2026 school year, 350 multilingual learners received ESL services and received access scores. They will be represented in the data tonight. Additional students received ESL services during the school year but did not have access scores because of their enrollment dates. We also had 22 eligible multilingual learners whose parents refused ESL services. Among students receiving ESL services with comparable early scores, 79% increased their overall access scores. At the same time, multilingual learner enrollment has more than tripled over the last 5 years. That combination, strong student progress, and significant enrollment growth made this the right time to look closely at our K-12 program and ensure that it remains consistent and responsive as our population grows. Tonight, I'll share who our students are, what the data reveal, and what we learned through the program evaluation and the work that's already underway. To better understand our results, it's helpful to know how long our students have been enrolled in East Brunswick at the time of access testing. The categories in the chart are cumulative. 26% had been enrolled for 6 months or less, while approximately 81% had been in the district 3 years or less. This measures the time enrolled in our district. This might not measure the time the student has been learning English, but it's just the time that they have been learning in our district. Academic English often takes 5 to 7 years to develop. Therefore, most of the students represented in our data are still within the expected period of language development, even when they may already communicate comfortably in everyday English. This context is important as we begin looking more closely at access results. Our multilingual learners represent a true global community with 34 languages and 45 countries of birth. Approximately 70% were born outside the United States, while 30 were born here. However, country of birth does not necessarily tell us how long students have attended or lived or attended schools in the United States. Some students may be born here, live abroad, and then later return, while others are born abroad and then move to the country at a very young age. These students bring a wide range of linguistic, cultural, and educational experiences to our schools. Looking more closely at the languages represented, Spanish and Arabic are our two most commonly spoken languages, followed by Mandarin, Ukrainian, and Russian. Spanish was also the fastest growing language group this year, increasing by 12% compared to 2024-2025. At the same time, overall...
Sorry, Ms. Di Benedetti.
Yes.
Wilbur has a question.
Sorry,
sorry.
a very, very quick question.
Yes.
I'm a little surprised none of the South Asian languages are on this list, given the makeup of our town.
That's what
Is it- sure.
It's top 5.
So
Okay.
I will say that my experience has been that a lot of our Southeast Asian, you said?
South Asian.
South Asian
Yeah.
students, so that includes you're including India.
India,
Yeah,
Pakistan.
a lot of those students, I'm told, come They speak.
already
They already
know-
speak English
got it.
because it's a language taught in their schools in India.
Okay, terrific,
Yeah.
thanks.
If you come with, so like when you get identified, you go through a records review process, and we look at the school that you came from, and if you experience school in English for 3 or more years, then we don't test you for ESL services.
Okay, great, thanks.
So our multilingual learner enrollment has more than tripled over the past 5 years, increasingly approximately from 120 students to about 380. This summer alone, 125 newly registered students completed a home language survey, indicating that an additional review was needed to determine if they needed multilingual support. Because these are historical enrollment figures, the exact totals can vary slightly depending on when the reports were generated and when students enrolled, withdrew, or exited the program. The graph is intended to show the overall trends. This growth has increased not only the number of students we serve, but also the range of educational experiences, instructional needs, and services our K-12 program must support. Before reviewing the results, I want to briefly explain what Access measures. Access assesses 4 language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Scores from those 4 areas are weighed and combined to produce an overall composite Access score ranging from 1.0 to 6.0. In New Jersey, the overall composite score of 4.5 or higher is the state's assessment benchmark for potentially exiting ESL services. There are several important factors to keep in mind when interpreting Access results. First, the annual percentages do not represent one fixed cohort of students. From one year to the next, some students leave the district, new students enroll, and students who meet the exit criteria from a previous school year are no longer included. Therefore, the students represented in the 2024-2025 results are not the same group represented in the 2025-2026 results, and year-to-year changes must be interpreted carefully. Access also differs from an assessment such as NJSLA. Students continue taking NJSLA even when they perform at a high level. With Access, students who meet the state's exit criteria exit the ESL program and no longer take the Access test. As a result, many of the strongest performing students from one year are no longer part of the following year's results. Each year, Access population continues to include newly identified students, while students have demonstrated sufficient English proficiency leave the testing group. Students also had different amounts of instructional time before testing. As a student arriving as late as 2 weeks before the testing window closes at the end of March will need to be screened, identified, and then take the Access test shortly after. As a result, some students had years of ESL support before testing, while others may actually only have days or weeks. The earlier score used from comparison is not always an Access score. For some newly enrolled students, we use their WIDA screener score. The WIDA screener score and the Access are aligned. They measure the same things, but it's not the same exact test. So we can use them for comparison, but it's not the same exact test. Kindergarten also requires additional caution. Our kindergartner screener only measures oral language, so listening and speaking, which while they take the Access by the end of the year, they also will be assessed in reading and writing as well. Therefore, while comparing the 2 scores can help identify patterns, they're not directly comparable. Another factor is multilingual learners often demonstrate faster growth in early grades, with growth becoming more gradual in middle school and high school as the language demands of instruction become increasingly specialized and academic. In elementary grades, all regular classroom instruction includes phonics, decoding, reading, and writing alongside their peers. Students entering the district in secondary grades may still need these functional skills, but that type of instruction is not typically embedded in grade-level instruction in middle school and high school. At the same time, they are expected to learn English while accessing increasingly complex content and subject-specific vocabulary. This difference in instruction context can affect how quickly growth appears across grade level. Finally, the results we are reviewing are the overall composite score, which combines listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The results show whether individual students' overall scores increased. This heat map shows where students scored on the Spring 2026 Access Assessment. It's a snapshot of achievement rather than a measure of individual student growth. Across all grades, most students scored in the developing or expanding ranges, which demonstrates forward growth and movement. The expanded range includes scores from 4.0 to 4.9. Students scoring from 4.0 to 4.4 will remain in program, while students scoring 4.5 to 4.9 have reached the exit benchmark. We would expect fewer students in the bridging and reaching ranges. Students who had previously reached the exit benchmark would no longer be receiving ESL services. Therefore, most students beginning the year in the program have a prior access score of no higher than 4.4. This chart represents the same spring access results in a broader grade level groups. Each bar shows where the students in that grade band scored at the end of the testing cycle. It's important not to read the bars as showing students moving from one range to the other. The elementary, middle, and high school bars represent different groups of students, not the same students progressing through the grades. Across the district, the larger concentrations are in developing and expanding ranges. In grades 9 through 12, a larger share of students landed in those two ranges, while in earlier grades, a wider range of distribution across the achievement levels. These differences help us understand the instructional needs within each grade band, but they do not by themselves tell us how much the students grew. These are the results disaggregated by race and ethnicity. In each of the three reporting groups, most students scored in the develop and expanding ranges. Each group includes students with different grade levels, starting scores, educational experience, and length of time in East Brunswick. When the results are disaggregated by gender, both groups have the largest concentration of students in the developing and expanding ranges. The percentage in expanding is identical at 29%. A greater portion of male students scored in entering and emerging ranges, while greater portion of female students scored in developing and bridging. This slide looks separately at multilingual learners who qualify for free and reduced price lunch and those who receive special education services. Some students may be included in both groups. The important takeaway here is that in all of our groups, we performed very similarly. District-wide, 66% of students scored in developing and expanding ranges. That compares to 67% of students qualifying for free and reduced lunch and 66% of students receiving special education services. Among students receiving ESL services who had an early score for comparison, 79% increased their overall access score, and 25% reached New Jersey's 4.5 exit benchmark. The table also shows the results when students whose parents refused ESL services are included. With those students included, 78% increased their overall access score, and 23% reached the benchmark. We also achieved 100% participation, meaning every student required to take the access test completed the assessment. On the right is a separate measure from the most recent available New Jersey School Performance Report. The state measure considers each student's starting proficiency and asks whether the student made the amount of annual growth expected from the starting point. In 2024-2025, 50% of East Brunswick multilingual learners met or exceeded the expected growth target, compared to about 30% for statewide. There is more specific standard. This is a more specific standard than simply showing any increase in overall access score. It is also different from reaching the 4.5 benchmark because a student can make meaningful progress while still remaining below a 4.5. The state measure uses a different calculation and comes from the prior school year, so it should not be directly compared to the 79% and 25% shown on the left. However, it provides an additional indicator that East Brunswick students are making meaningful progress towards language proficiency. This is where the earlier context about how these results are calculated becomes especially important. The annual groups are different. Students had different amounts of instructional time before access, and the earlier scores do not always come from the same assessment. For some students, the comparison was between WIDA and access. With each year, we follow the individual students who had an earlier score for comparison. However, across 2 years, we are not looking at the same group of identical students. With that context in mind, the percentage of students who increased their overall access score was 81.3 in 2024 and 25 and 79.2 in 25-26. Because of those cohort differences, the aggregate data do not identify one specific cause for the 2-point change. It is more important to understand it as a variation between two different annual groups and testing circumstances, not necessarily as evidence that the same students made less progress. It is also important to consider both outcomes together. While the percentage showing increase remains similar, the percentage reaching the benchmark increased from 20.9 to 24.6. Taken together, the results show that overall growth remains strong and that greater percentage of students reach the state benchmark potential. Taken together, the data point to 3 important conclusions. First, East Brunswick's multilingual learners are making strong progress. We see that across our district measures as well as the state's progress measure, where East Brunswick exceeded the statewide rate. Second, students begin at different periods and follow different pathways towards English language proficiency. One encouraging example is the consistency seen among multilingual learners with disabilities. 81% increased their overall access score compared to the 78.9 multilingual learners without disabilities. These results are very similar and show meaningful growth across both groups, even though individual students may require different types of support. Third, our multilingual population continues to evolve. Students enter throughout the year with different linguistic, academic, and educational experiences. As enrollment grows, student needs change. We must ensure consistent access to effective instruction and across every school. To better understand how consistently our current program provides that support, the district commissioned an independent program evaluation. To examine our program more systematically, the district partnered with the Level of Literacy for an external review. The consultant's direct work focused on the K-6 program, while those findings were considered along with district-wide evidence to inform on our broader K-12 work. Level of Literacy reviewed the K-6 program information, visited every elementary school, and consulted with ESL educators and building administrators. At the district level, we also examined program data, procedure documentation, service structures, and evidence gathered through classroom observation. Educator voice extended beyond the consultant review. ESL teachers provided feedback at multiple points throughout the year as we reviewed practices, identified needs, and began strengthening our district systems. Together, the external perspective, district evidence, and experiences of our ESL teachers provided a full picture of our program's strengths and opportunities for greater consistency. The evaluation identified several important strengths within our program. At the center of those strengths is our dedicated ESL staff. Teachers know their students well, and they work to provide individual academic, linguistic, and social-emotional support. The evaluation also found that multilingual learners generally experience welcoming classrooms where their languages, cultures, and experiences are valued. These strengths are consistent with the meaningful progress reflected in our access results. Just as importantly, educators and administrators approach the evaluation with openness and willingness to reflect on current practices and strengthen the program. That shared commitment provides a strong foundation for addressing the areas identified for continued improvement. The evaluation's central finding was not that effective practices were absent. Many strong practices were already occurring, but they were not always connected through common expectations and systems through schools and grade levels. 4 related areas emerged where greater consistency would strengthen the K-12 program. The first is program structure, including shared expectations for scheduling, service delivery, and collaboration. Second is the continued development of a clearly articulated K-12 ESL curriculum, common instructional practices, and shared resources. The evaluation also identified opportunities to strengthen student procedures from identification and documentation through progress monitoring, exit, and post-exit monitoring, and to expand guidance and professional learning for all educators who support multilingual learners throughout the day. The goal is to connect and strengthen the effective work happening through clearer district-wide systems so students can receive a more consistent experience across schools. Importantly, this work did not wait for our program evaluation to be completed. During the 2025-2026 school year, we began strengthening district-wide systems in several of the same areas identified through the evaluation. We strengthened procedures for record review, student identification, service documentation, access data review, and exit decisions. We also refined related forms and documentation practices to improve consistency, clarity, and accountability across schools. One concrete example is our kindergarten identification process. Incoming kindergarten students have a very limited amount of educational records available for review. So to provide additional information, this year we introduced a developmentally appropriate questionnaire adapted from the New Jersey Department of Education resources. It uses familiar kindergarten level prompts such as identifying body parts, toys, and other common vocabulary to help us observe how a child understands and uses English. Our kindergartner group was a very big group that was being put into ESL. And when you're put in early, if there's other things that you need support with later on, sometimes it's hard to identify what the problem really is because you were identified so early. And so much of kindergarten is learning to speak and talk, even if you're not an ESL student. So we wanted to be very carefully about not over-classifying those students. And so we did this questionnaire this year, and most of the kindergartner students did not get screened this year. They're going to be held off until first grade so that they can learn with their peers and be reevaluated if they need to be. So just not relying on, basically we were relying on their home language survey. They have nothing else for us to look at, so we're like, all right, we'll take this test. And you've never been to school before, but take this test. So it was nice that we were able to do that. In other areas, including annual review, exit procedures, post-exit monitoring, we identified needed improvements and developed plans for more consistent implementation during the 26-27 school year. We also clarified responsibilities among ESL teachers, school staff, and central office, streamlined communication, and created reoccurring opportunities for ESL teachers to review data, identify needs, and help shape program improvements. Together, the systems already strengthened and the work now being developed provide a stronger foundation for greater consistency across schools. The findings, together with the system work already underway, point to 4 main priorities in the next phase. First, we will focus on consistent implementation of the procedures and tools already developed while refining them based on experiences across the schools this school year. Second, we will continue developing a clearly articulated K-12 ESL curriculum, shared instructional expectations, common resources, and practical ways to monitor student progress throughout the year, not just at the time of access assessment. During the summer, we developed common themes for all the ESL teachers to use at every single one of the elementary schools, so that regardless of what elementary school you're at, you're experiencing the same theme each marking period. Third, we will strengthen professional learning and collaboration for all educators who support multilingual learners. Our ESL teachers are not the only teachers teaching ESL students. We intend to prioritize available title funds for sheltered instruction training for general education teachers and develop a group of district educators who can serve as trainers. This will build internal expertise and support more consistent, sustainable professional learning across our schools. Finally, we will continue using access results, student progress information about ESL services students receive, and staff feedback to identify needs and guide program decisions. These priorities work together as continuous improvement cycle. Common systems create consistency, curriculum and professional learning strengthen instruction, and ongoing data review helps us determine what is working and where adjustments are needed. Implementation will be phased on student need, experience, district priorities, and available resources. As we look ahead, East Brunswick is building from a position of strength. The data show meaningful student progress. The evaluation identified dedicated educators and effective practices, and the work already underway means that we are not starting from the beginning. We now have a clear direction for the next phase. Implement the systems we've developed, continue strengthening our curriculum and instruction, support educators, and use data and feedback to evaluate and refine our work. Our goal is a more connected, consistent, and responsive K-12 program, one that recognizes that varied strengths and experiences of our students and provides every multilingual learner with equitable opportunities to exceed. Thank you for letting me share this update, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
I have to tell you, that was the most fantastic presentation I ever saw in my life. I had so many questions just based off of the slides, and you answered every one. I have nothing to say that you did. That was fabulous.
I've never heard you say that.
I know. I feel like you got to take over like other presentations. That was fabulous.
It was fabulous.
I feel like I'm in the classroom. Like, I understand everything. That was great. Thank you very much.
My only remark was not only was your presentation fantastic, I love your outfit. Way to wear
Thank
green.
you, EB Green.
Anybody else?
Thank you very much for the beautiful job. Very wonderful presentation. Those ESL learners are so lucky to have you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I came to this country, I don't speak English at all. So nobody helped me. I helped myself. So those little ones are so lucky. So
Yeah.
they should be proud of being East Brunswick public school students. They're so lucky to have you. Thank you very much
Thank you
again.
very much.
Yeah, that was a terrific presentation. I was actually very struck by how consistent the results were, regardless of how we were splitting up the data. That is a really great indication of how robust and strong the program is, and you should be commended for that. The other thing that actually came to mind is that in one sense, people can look at this program and say, "Oh, we're just going to, teach these kids English because they don't know how to speak English, so they can get by." But the way that I look at this is that we're developing, it's right in the title, multilingual students, right? And in a global society, that's really a terrific skill to have. So you should be commended for
We're
that
helping
too.
our students make meaningful contributions so that they can be participants in their
Yep.
community.
Right. Yeah.
I like how you did that.
Yeah. I picked up on that too. Yeah.
Good
job.
Good job, Jess.
So, yeah. I mean, when my parents came to the U.S., it was in the late 50s, and I grew up in the early. I was born in the early 60s, and at the time, the prevailing conventional wisdom was that if you're an immigrant, you completely assimilate and you want your kids to speak perfect English to the extent that they didn't learn, me included, the language of their parents very well. And to this day, I wish my Mandarin was better. And I think it's awesome that our students are going to have different options.
Thank you.
Great.
Sorry, I just need to comment because
Yeah,
you
there's a
might
fly.
see us
There's a fly.
and people at home may not know what's going on. There's a fly flying around.
They're attacking you.
We're not protesting what's being said. Thanks, Silver. Did you want to say something, Emily?
I just, great presentation, Jessica. I think it's so important. Even with Dr. Bouchard, I didn't get to give Dr. Bouchard kudos. I think when people who are closest to the work speak about their work, it's different from us up here talking to you about it. So this is one of the things I want to do more this year, to showcase how many great leaders we have, because you are truly a leader. And I loved the way you said a whole lot of things. And I loved it most when you gave examples. You colored it done for people here. That was very, very nice. And you do speak fast. From one
It's always been a problem.
From one fast talker to the other. But I
just
appreciate
didn't,
it.
I knew we had a lot of presentations before.
Because I saw Dr. Tenios likes to take notes.
I presented to the new teachers at New Teacher Orientation that's on Tuesday, and I said to both groups, I was like, so if you are somebody like me, and that voice in your head is going, you need to tell it to stop. And then say, let them think, and keep quiet, they're still thinking. So yes, it's been a reoccurring
You did a
theme.
great job.
Thank you.
Anyone have anything to say?
Yeah, thanks so much. It's your passion for your work is really visible, and every time I get like a board packet before the meetings or before I come to a meeting, I'm always amazed at just how complex and intricate this system is. I mean, there are just so many layers that go into making all of this work, and and I'm just always so inspired and impressed by people like yourself and others in our district who are who give so much of themselves to the well-being of our community. So the one line that stuck out to me most in this that you had inserted in here, East Brunswick's greatest strength is its dedicated educators and their shared commitment to multilingual learners. And I love your, you heard Dr. Memon talk about leadership there, and your recognition of the power and impact of your team is awesome. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you. It is a very passionate team. Very passionate.
Thank you. You did a wonderful presentation. I love the examples also. I had lots of questions from just looking at the slides, but your walkthrough and explanation of everything with the examples or your little added facts or tidbits that weren't like on the actual slides were very helpful as like a guide. But I guess I do have a question for both of you. Looking towards the future, right? We've seen such growth. The amount of students has tripled in this area. What sort of supports or things that do you think that will be needed in the future to support the work that is being done?
So because we have so many students, we really need, our ESL staff is very educated in what they need to do with their ESL students, but they're with their ESL teachers for a very small portion of the day. In the high school in Churchill, we have everybody in high intensity and ESL, so they have 2 separate periods. So they're with their teachers for 2 periods, but then they're with the rest of the staff for the rest of the day. But in elementary school, they're with their ESL teacher for 30 minutes of the day, and that's if somebody didn't have to go to the bathroom on the way or get lost on the way back. So we really do need to do a better job educating our general education staff on how to support their students in the classroom. I did present at New Teacher Orientation this year. I shared a welcome letter to go out with the academics department from the ESL department, just to remind everybody simply like, how do you know when you look in your Genesis if a student is an ESL student, if they exited program, because we need to care for our exited students as well, and if they're a parent refusal student, because even though they're parent refused services, they still need support. So we are going to really push this year to get our own staff, our Gen Ed staff trained. There are 5 of us that are going to go get trained to be train the trainer workshops for sheltered instruction so that we can build the capacity within to do our own sheltered instruction training. For the state to recognize sheltered instruction training, you actually need 15 hours of sheltered instruction training to be considered certified in it. So by doing this, our own staff will be able to give this 15-hour professional development to our own teachers. So building these cohorts to be able to make them feel confident in the classroom.
Thanks, Lori. Anna?
This is an exemplar of what a presentation should include. So I just wanted to tell you that because this was so easy to follow. Very, very clear, everything from the graphics and of course the content, right? Just, I can't say enough about how much I appreciate this. Kind of like a final exam when I'm giving feedback. I actually get to give you feedback.
I'm listening.
Okay? Yeah. So anyway, thank you. That was fantastic.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity. Access scores are very hard to understand if you don't understand the students behind them. And so I just felt really passionate about being able to be given the opportunity to talk about our students and who they are. So I really appreciate the time.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Di
you.
Benedetti. I just want to add that you only recently took this
Yes.
role on, so this is extra impressive.
Thank you.
That really speaks volumes because you were able to switch gears so quickly and did such a wonderful job. I can't commend you enough.
Thank you.
And I just want to add that the work that you do, because I know a lot of the community members whose children are in these programs, and they are really vulnerable because a lot of them are new to this country. It's a lot to navigate, and you just made one thing a lot easier for them. And they've said that. They've said that their children come home speaking English, and the fact that they pick up is not only good for them to see, but it also lifts their spirits knowing that, like, we are going to adjust and everything's going to be okay. So I don't know if you realize how much the work that you're doing actually impacts entire families. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. right. Oh my gosh, okay.
Very nice.
Yes, very nice. All right, so you've heard us talk for a very long time. Now it's time to hear you talk, if you so wish. The Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on school matters of community interest. To protect the privacy of all students and staff, concerns regarding individual students and staff members should generally be addressed by first meeting with the appropriate administrative staff. The board shall provide a period for public comment at every meeting of the board. Public participation shall be permitted only as indicated on the order of business in Board Bylaw Number 0164 and as outlined in the agenda. Sorry. If there's anyone wishing to address the board, please come to the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address. Is there anyone wishing to address the board this evening? Going once? Going twice? Public comment is now closed. Okay, so we're moving on to our agenda. Okay. All right, Board of Education, items 1 through 7.
Move.
Second.
Discussion? Over. Benjamin.
And just a quick question on item 1. Drone photos are, pretty common these days, and I've seen at least a couple authorizations for the thing. When I attended the Cable Advisory Committee meeting earlier this year, one of the little tidbits I picked up was that it seems to be actually very easy to get a license for a drone. And I was just wondering if that's something that we might want to explore. Yeah.
Did
Okay.
you hear that, Joe?
Yeah.
Dr. Mammon wants a drone.
Okay. Great.
And
Yeah.
a T-shirt.
And if you talk to Anthony at EBTV, he went through that process just recently for the township. The cost was, pretty nominal, like $4,000 for the license and everything, and then the drone itself is the drone. So,
Joe?
yeah.
Joe said nope.
Okay.
Not even a dollar.
All right.
Can I write a grant? Do you think I can get a grant?
I wonder if EBEF.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
We can take some pictures
Good question.
Sure.
Yes.
Just
Just a couple quick remarks, since I am the policy chair. I think it's important for the public to know that the bylaw 0131 suspension for Alert 238 is mandated. When we're giving guidance, it's typically 99.9% of our policy and regulation comes from Esme Strauss, or rather Strauss Esme. It's reviewed as a subcommittee because anything that is open to the public would be conducted as a committee of the whole. So I know sometimes people see these agendas and they're like, well, how can you vote for this? We don't know anything about it. Actually, most of this policy is available on Strauss Esme's website even prior to our adoption. So just a remark that a lot of this actually does exist on their website already. So I appreciate that. We've moved so quickly. We did have our policy meeting 2 days ago to get this moving, since it has to be adopted before the first day of school. I also want to remark on the bell-to-bell ban. The exact bell-to-bell ban, there's a couple details that are missing in the language here that I think the public might like to know. This does not impact devices associated with health, like glucose monitors, nor would it affect the ability for students to use their devices associated with 504s and IEPs. Additionally, my understanding, and you guys are welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but students may use their device on school grounds before and after those bells. Also additionally on the bus. Yes. Thank you. That's all.
Antoinette.
I want to give a big shout out to Dr. Bouchard. So Mary and I were able to sit in on the device meeting that the administrators had last week, and they were discussing ways to get the students and the parents to understand that this is a mandate from the state. It's not just a policy that we're creating. And just in conversation, I said, Dr. Bouchard, you're so good at social media. You should put a video out there for the kids. If you follow his Instagram page, go look at how many shares that got. And those are all the kids sharing. So all the kids are aware. They're acclimating to that new law before school even starts. So you did an excellent job, so I just want to give you a shout out. I did have a question about policy 2365, which is the acceptable use of generated artificial intelligence. Here it states that there's no statute or administrative code that addresses student use of AI. This is still in discussion. I just want to know what you guys determine what is acceptable policy for this. I know I'm not in that policy committee, so I'm not aware if you guys discussed it on Tuesday. Jamie's very good at giving the summary. I didn't see it in there, so that's literally the only question I had about that.
This is actually the second reading.
Right.
Was that the one from the first meeting in June?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
So,
It's under, it's
it's
item
on page
5,
17
but it's,
of
yeah.
43. So the AI plan was developed internally by administration
Right.
in curriculum. And then the policy, again, we took Strauss-Esme and,
Okay.
customized it to the district's needs in the AI plan. I don't know if that answers your
And it
question.
says, it also says it will be evolved and changed because
Right,
of the
that's why I'm
evolving
ask-
nature of
right.
AI. This is gonna be a work in progress.
So it's a live,
Because, yes,
Document
I
basically.
think with that language was specific because of the nature of AI. As
Right.
soon as you put something out, it has changed.
Right.
And so we wanted something in the policy that recognizes that, and that's what you're reading.
okay, thank you.
A quick question. Oh, sorry.
Tim.
Quick
Tim
question on
Memory.
policy 8662 on page 9 on the transportation, related to transporting smaller numbers of students. Is that something that we're already doing? or-
No.
So this is a mandated policy.
Right, I see that.
That we have to adopt. It allows school districts to authorize staff members that do not have a CDL to transport up to 8 students. Again, mandatory. We don't foresee us using it, but it does give us the flexibility if we needed to. So again, mandatory policy that we have to adopt.
Got it.
Probably not a right fit for our district.
Gotcha.
So.
Thank you. And I just want to thank Jamie, too, for your leadership with this committee. It's a ton of work, and it's impressive how you handle it, so thank you. Yeah.
Lori?
Also going to thank Jamie for your update, and your email was very easy to read. I think just going back to the bell-to-bell policy. So the communication or concerns like from parents obviously are, and I know Dr. Rashur is still here, the capacity of our office at the school level to handle calls from parents or students wanting to make calls to parents about changes in schedule, or if somebody at home is sick, like being able to check in and still have that, have that capability, or the knowing that the office has that capacity. So I don't know, that's Dr. Mallon.
We are aware, it's gonna be okay.
Yes.
Right? So we do have, well, first of all, hopefully, parents will not need to call their kids when their kids are in class, They can talk to the kids before the bell goes off, right? Which is what, 8 o'clock for you? And then after 2:45 for you. But we're also really looking at, we're tightening some of our communication pieces. I was actually quite concerned about, say, sports, because that's the one area. And we had that conversation with our athletic director, and something's going out, or he went out, and the coaches actually used something called, there was a particular thing, it was Teams, it was via either email or a Google Classroom. That has been or Teams, that has been their practice, not cell phones, not text or anything like that. So I felt a little bit more comfortable there. And our main offices are going to play it by ear and see how we handle it. Hopefully, we don't have an influx of kids who just want to talk to their parents all the time. We don't anticipate that, but if that's the case, we will handle it. If parents need to pass an urgent message to their kids, they can call our main offices. We're going back old school.
Okay.
It's going to be fine.
Just one other piece there. I know like a lot of people will ask, okay, well, it's up to the teachers or the administrators to look at how they're going to handle if a student has their cell phone or if it's actually, although you can't see it on here, it is in the policy.
So the law is that the cell phone should not be on your person. Actually, it's not cell phone. It's any internet-enabled device. So you'll see tomorrow we'll have something on the website that tells you all of that. Smart watches, smart glasses, tablets, computer device, all of that, right? So it's not supposed to be in your person. It needs to be in a book bag or whatever away at all times or during the whatever. And so we want to work towards zero tolerance. So if the kids, we're not going to, from day one, go first offense, second offense. We're not doing that. It's going to be that initial, remember, you're not supposed to have it, put that away in your bag and that type of stuff. So we recognize we're working with children and we do not want to penalize them right off the bat, if that helps.
Yes,
But
perfect.
repeated infractions will be met with, no, I'm just.
Yes. I think it was like progressive, like pieces,
Yes,
right? Like,
yes. Progressive
it is kind of like a reminder, right?
Yeah,
or
we had
like
the
a
reminder as the
redirection.
initial
Yes,
warning,
an
and
initial
that
warning
before we
and
go.
building on that. But
Yes.
that the state really didn't want it to be like built into a school code of conduct book or handbook yet. They wanted to kind of see how the first year is going to play out with having support in places for
they
to
were-
realize it's a change.
But they were very clear. We added an initial level to it. They wanted like first offense. Their first offense for us is like initial warning. We weren't even calling it a first offense.
Yeah.
So their first offense is technically, the second offense is technically our first offense, whatever. But we took that, we looked at it as, first of all, it's going to take some getting used to.
Right.
Knowing children, and we just wanted to address it that way. So we will talk to kids, progressive discipline. You talk to kids, put it away, and then there are levels to it. I think Dr. Boucher and I were talking earlier, and he's talking, well, there's a difference between somebody who repeatedly goes out of the classroom and is in the hallway talking on the phone versus somebody who forgot to turn it. So we'll address it that way. Our staff's really good. Nobody wants to get anybody in trouble.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So.
All right. Thank you.
Jamie?
So sorry, I forgot to mention that Cherry Hill had adopted a cell phone ban prior to this legislation, and in their first year of enactment, they saw a decrease in bullying and HIVs.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay, so this is a roll call vote.
Anna Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings.
Yes.
Antonetta Vola,
Yes.
Jamie Falco.
Yes.
Lori Herrick.
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung.
Yes.
Wilbur Pan.
Yes.
Mary Ann Tanya.
Yes, motion carries. All right, business and support operations, items 1 through 6.
Second.
Jamie, then Wilbur. Discussion? Lori, then Wilbur.
Yes. Number 6,
Yeah.
the contract for graduation.
Yes.
Okay.
So exciting.
Yes.
We begged for that, by the
Yes.
way. Thank you, Dr. Mammon.
So for public who doesn't have this, basically, instead of having our graduation at, in Trenton at the Cure Arena, we are moving it to Jersey Mike's Arena in Piscataway. So thank you, because I know that that has been part of discussion.
Yes,
So thank you.
and the high school team is phenomenal. Because clearly a lot more money, right? And if you remember during the budget, we had that 40,000, we bussed everybody there, and we said we were not doing that, but we felt like the Cure Arena was too far to have people drive, plus the Cure Arena is gonna be charging for parking next year. They have a new hockey team going, and they're renovating, so the price was gonna go up anyway. So we worked creatively with the high school team and Chrissy and Azo and looked at ways, different streams of funding to make sure that we're able to to get that. And coincidentally, so instead of June 18th, you'll see next board meeting, a revision in the calendar that graduation will be June 17th and not June 18th. My goal is just to get us out of here June 15th. I'm working my way towards June 15th every
That's
year.
what my next question was going to be.
But the last day remains June 18th.
Yes,
It's
the
just-
last day
yeah.
remains June 18th. Kids have to come back and get their diploma. We're not doing a live diploma. That way they come back June 18th, get their diploma, and they leave. So we're very excited about it, and just kudos to the high school team.
Yeah. High school is really in the spotlight tonight. Laura, you good? Yes. Okay. Anybody else? Wilbur, sorry.
A quick question also on the graduation thing. Very happy that it's going to be closer. The story that I heard was that the reason we went to the Cure Arena in the first place is that we used to go to Rutgers, and they canceled on us at the last minute. And so, is that, okay, so for the first question is that true? And if it's not true, what is the reason that we had been using the Cure Arena?
That's not true. I just got here. I do not know.
There was no air conditioning
There was no air
originally at Rutgers.
Okay,
It was at the rack. When we graduated, it was at the rack. I think this is Jersey Mike's.
okay,
Yeah, but like they redid everything when it became Jersey Mike's.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, great, thanks.
Question. Antoinette?
Will families need to buy tickets, or will they still get the same entrance?
What is it? The same, right? Because it's big enough.
Yeah, no, I know, my husband played football.
Yeah, so, yeah. I was worried about that too. I was like, oh, it looks smaller. Does that mean we have to limit tickets? But it is big, yes. The count is similar to the Cure Arena, so we're all good.
Anybody else? All right, so this is also a roll call vote.
Hannah Braun,
Yes.
Timothy Cummings,
Yeah.
Antoinette Evola,
Yes.
Jamie Falco,
Yes.
Lori Herrick,
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung,
Yes.
Wilbur Pan,
Yes.
Mary Ann Tanya.
Yes, motion carries. Curriculum and instruction, items 1 through 10. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Oh, Lori, then Wilbur.
Get in it, Lori.
Discussion, sorry. Lori?
Okay, thank you. Number one, the 917 Society Constitutions, I think that's so great that we have an organization that is willing to give copies of the U.S. Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and Oath of Allegiance to our 8th grade students. So I think that's really awesome. And then I just want to go to number 9. The dual enrollment program with Middlesex College, where I just again I think last year too I talked about this, but to remark on the price. So our students are paying $150 for a 3-credit course, and this year the price per credit at Middlesex is $218 per credit, and our students are able to take one course for $150. So I think that's really great. Yeah.
Can board
Really
members
neat.
take advantage of
Next month,
this
we
discount?
anticipate to have Seton Hall on the list as well.
Oh, wow, that's great. Thank you.
That's so cool. That's amazing.
Anything else? Anyone
Go
else?
back to school.
Liwu?
Yes. So for this dual enrollment program, I urge parents with a senior or even junior in high school take advantage of this one.
Or sophomores?
Yeah, sophomores. Yeah. They will save you a lot of college tuition. I'm worried how I can pay my 3 boys college tuition. I'm going to take advantage of this one. I hope everyone in the town do it. It's a very good one.
Antoinette?
I was wondering if it's possible to send 9th graders plus the high school families an email specifically about
Yes.
dual enrollment?
So Dr. Palooza and I had a conversation. We recognized that was an area we didn't do well in. Remember a few board meetings ago, people were talking about how it wasn't clear, and by the time they got to high school, again, the perils of having 9th grade at Churchill, just saying. But we recognized that was a gap, and so we have a plan in place.
Okay, good.
For 8th grade, actually. So it'd be
Oh, that's a good
8th grade
idea.
before they go into 9th grade, and just chart a pathway for them and have it be visible. So I know that Dr. Paluzzo, Dr. Bowley, and even Jamie.
Ms. Richardson?
Mrs. Richardson, I apologize. It is 11:15. I know they've been working really hard for dual pathways, actually. There's another one we're exploring too. So the more, there'll be 3 clear pathways, right? You could take the first pathway of actually getting an associate's degree, but you'll have to start early, and there's commitment with families to take the students to campus to take some
Right.
of those courses. Or pathway B, a little combination of both, but you are taking courses that can then translate, you can take with you to college, and you don't have to take some of those classes, and so on and so forth. But Dr. Paluzzo and I talked about it, and he's been working so hard with the academics team to make sure that we get, that it's part of the 8th grade going into 9th grade, sort of like orientation. Yes, yeah.
And then for number 5, the contract with Lexia Learning Systems, so I was reading through it, and I like that this program doesn't necessarily connect itself to a specific curriculum, so whatever the teachers are going to be, the teachers outside of CKLA, whatever they're teaching, they'll be able to apply this. My question was, there's going to be 8 to 10 hours of independent work, and are teachers getting paid for this?
Dr. Bowley.
Oh, they're doing this on their own, and some of it is embedded into their schedule.
Okay. So if it's going to be during school hours, there'll be a substitute teacher for the class, or it's on a different?
The first cohort was the reading specialists, and they have 1 period a week built into their schedule to attend to
Okay.
these classwork. And this piece here encompasses 2 new reading specialists and then some special education teachers. But they will have a period a week in their schedule to take care of the coursework
Okay,
here.
thank you.
But you are right in the sense that it is about the teaching of reading and understanding what that, regardless of.
Yes, it's
Program.
program agnostic,
All right,
yes.
okay, thank you.
I don't have a question on this per se, but since we're doing the dual enrollment educating, can we also do one for the associate's pathway? Because I know that question has come up a lot, and it's a little bit confusing, especially if you're first
Yes.
time doing it.
Yes, it is part of what Dr. Paluzzo is working on to clarify. That's why for that associate's degree particularly, has to be before they get into 9th grade to kind of start to chart it out. Because if they wait till 10th grade, which is what happened, it was almost like too late. You couldn't get all those credits to get an associate's degree.
Another layer is that Middlesex is very strict on the teaching credentials that they'll accept, which is why we're branching out to other universities to offer the kids more opportunities and more options to get the credits, even if they don't pursue that associate's degree. But we're working on that clear pathway.
Okay, so the dual enrollment is going to be Middlesex and TCNJ.
And hopefully Seton Hall.
And Seton Hall. And the same thing for the associates?
No.
Or it's just Middlesex?
Associates
That's
will be
Middlesex.
Just Middlesex, okay. All right. So, anybody else? Okay, so I think this is a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, Human Resources, items 1 and 2. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Wilbur? Second. Me. There's a race. Everybody's falling asleep. Discussion? No discussion? Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Anna Braun?
Item 2, recuse, 26279. Everything else, yes.
Timothy Cummings?
Yes.
Antonetta Bola?
Yes.
Jamie Falco?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I thought you heard me, I didn't have it
Oh, all right. Lori Herrick?
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung?
Yes.
Wilbur Pan?
Yes.
Mary Ann Tanios?
Yes, motion carries. Student Services, items 1 through 3. Do we have a motion?
Move.
Wilbur?
Second.
Jamie? Discussion? Okay, no discussion. Roll call vote also.
Anna Braun?
Yes.
Timothy Cummings?
Yes.
Antonetta Bola?
Yes.
Jamie Falco?
Yes.
Lori Herrick?
Yes.
Lee Woo Hung?
Yes.
Wilbur Pan.
Yes.
Mary Ann Tenich.
Yes, motion carries. All right, we are on to committee reports, information items, and for the good of the cause for the board. I think we'll start on that. Anna, you got nothing? Okay, all right. Lori?
I just want to give a quick update on the curriculum committee. So we've scheduled our meeting dates for the full year. I've shared the meeting dates for September through December with the current members of the curriculum committee. And then I'm going to share the full calendar with the full board, just in case there's any change in January of committees. That way everybody just knows the dates. We also are discussing, or I'm bringing to the board, I guess, a discussion to have a name change for the committee. So we'd like to change it to Academic Affairs and the Academic Affairs and Student Outcome Committee. It is intended to broaden the committee's work beyond curriculum and provide a more comprehensive focus on teaching and learning, student achievement, academic programs, and student outcomes. We would look at a structure of core district and board, having like a structure that has like core district and board members. And then we'd also be allowing parents, staff, community members to participate based on topics being discussed. But it's kind of like having an alignment with our strategic plan, right? And how we're redeveloping that. So what does our committee look like, and what is the work that we intend or want to take on? So Mr. Giacobbe, I turn to you to ask to name change our committee. Do we need to have a vote on that since it's a board committee? If we're just changing the name?
The best thing to do is just have it codified, because your bylaw
Has
has the committee names in it.
Yes.
So what we should do is just amend the bylaw to do that. It's an easy thing to do. You can actually even waive it and do it in one meeting. You don't have to do it first and second reading, so we can do it in one meeting. At your next meeting, just do it and just waive the second reading and adopt it immediately.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Lori? Tim?
No committee updates. I'd just like to wish everybody a great start to the new academic year.
Yeah.
Students, staff, parents, community members, we're all in it. So I hope it's a healthy and peaceful journey. The buses may not be perfect on the first day. Mine typically weren't.
Call
so,
Tim if they're not.
Yeah.
He's the chair
and
for that.
please, people, start calling me. I'm lonely. All right, thank you.
You're going to regret what you wished for. I'm just, okay. Wilbur?
I didn't get a chance to say this, but I just wanted to commend Lori on this move with the new direction for the curriculum committee. It's really forward-looking and gives us a lot of flexibility to address the many issues that we have to deal with these days. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's been a group effort. I feel like everybody, like every board member, every parent that comes, every administrator, like we've been there for the long haul. And so I look forward to those meetings continue, maybe not 3 hours, just 2. Thanks.
yeah. And I also just want to wish everybody a lovely end to the summer and a good start to the school year. And in terms of buses, every single year, first day, bus driver just blew right past our house. Tradition. So, and it was fine.
Thanks, Wilbur. Liwu?
Yes. Mayor Cohen's Charity Fund will proudly give a grant to East Brunswick ice hockey team, help them to offset the cost. And even the gala is for early December. We already sold more than 80% of the ticket. So if anyone still want to join our party, please do it quick. Otherwise, you will be on the very long waiting list as usually. So, thank you.
Jamie?
Thank you. I touched on the policy committee meeting already earlier. I just want to actually make a remark about how we structure our meetings and how we structure the business that's done on this board. I don't know if the general public knows that school board members are the most highly trained public officials there are. We attend a governance training every year. Our first one is a weekend-long endeavor in which we learn about how the state expects us to conduct business. There are two methods in which we can do that: as a committee, which then reports to the committee of the whole, or you conduct everything as a committee of the whole. We did finance as a committee of the whole this year, and there were a little bit of mixed reviews. People were generally appreciative of the transparency, but it did add length and time to meetings. People felt it was tedious. So, Madam President, I do want to thank you for the thoughtfulness in which you have delegated committees and how they've been assigned to allow us to do the most work possible and, maybe only have like 5.5 hour meetings. So thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. I'll remark about that at the end, but thank you. Yes, your turn.
Thank you for making it this far.
See you, Allegra.
I'm going to do Jack's work. He has asked me to please ask all of you board members to join the EBEF crawl. He said a lot of you have not signed up yet, and this is for the community too.
I am signed up.
No, not Marion is. I am. This is a price incentive. So if you're listening out there, it might seem crazy to think about November. I think it's
on my calendar.
15th. But the price incentive is important. They gave us so much money last year, and this is really how they get those things done. They only have a $2,000 goal, which I really would like to see that doubled, so I'm going to promote it. As the PTA liaison, I'm going to tell you Churchill PTA is hosting a Scoop to Donate on August 25th, which is actually the Churchill Orientation Day for incoming 7th graders. So from 12 to 9 p.m., just let them know or share the flyer that's on their page, and a portion of the sales will go there. They will have spiritware for sale there, and if your kids are addicted to squishies still, there will be a free raffle ticket for anyone who makes a purchase. And then if you're really excited to know what's going on in Trenton, I'm going to just do it quickly because, so a friend shared this with me, and I wanted to share it because I thought it was important. A state panel was deadlocked on a vote to raise premiums on school workers for government-run health plan. Disclaimer, we do not have the government-run health care in this town, but I did think it was interesting. So they want to raise their premiums. It was a 4-4 tie, so now they're going back and going to vote in a couple
By
of weeks.
34%. Just, that's
right.
important. 34% increase.
Right. I sent it to Joe so that this way he was aware of it, but I thought that was crazy. Then on August 5th, the NJDOE announced the launch of a statewide school funding outreach effort to review and revise our school funding formula. So Dr. Lily Locks is going to lead this steering committee, which maybe she got the idea from you. So her committee has 50 stakeholders from all over the place, very diverse. And they're going to review research data. They're going to look at national best interests for around the school funding. And they want to come up with a way for the residents of New Jersey to be able to access this types of information. So they already have a disclaimer or like a coming soon on their website, which is newjersey.gov. And then it's just in the Department of Education section. So if you're really excited and want to see how they're going to cut your funding, just take a look over there.
Antoinette, can you please let us know if there's any opportunity to give public testimony for these types of events?
Yes, but right now they're on their break. It's summertime.
I figured.
Yeah. And I do want to send my prayers to the family of that young boy. I have not stopped thinking about it, and it's very tough. And I'll be thinking about that, especially on the first day of school. Anyway, I hope everyone has an enjoyable rest of their summer.
Thank you, Antoinette. Thank you. So to Jamie's remark earlier, I just want to say thank you to everybody because everybody who's been on a committee, and just so the community knows, this year for committees, we did something a little bit different because normally the board president just appoints people to committees. But this year I said, here's a paper, let me know what committee you want to do. And I think everybody really knew their forte, knew the dedication that they were going to put to this, and it's been impressive. I know the amount of time and work and effort that takes. I mean, Jamie, Lori, Liu, everyone, Wilburger's like on every committee, Anna. It's really remarkable the amount of work that you've put in. I think on average, I tallied just 1 week. It's about 30 hours a week that board members put in on top of everything else going on in their life. So thank you, everyone. And I know it's summertime and everyone's working. I mean, I was on vacation. My phone didn't stop. I called Jamie the other day. I'm like, policy, and I gave her the number, and she's like, oh yeah, that's. I'm like, wait, you know the policy number? So it really is impressive the amount of work that's gone in. Like Tim, your passion with the high school. Every time I talk to him, he's like, where are we at with the high school? Thank you, everyone. Anna, with the arts, I know that was new this year, and you just took that and like hit the ground running. So I'm very impressed. I was thinking the other day about where we were this time last year, and or maybe I shouldn't have been thinking about that, and where we are today, and it's a total 180. And I really commend everybody up here. It's my life's greatest pleasure and honor to work with all of you. No, I'm serious. It really is.
It could be because we have the best board president, though.
Oh, thanks, guys. I want to thank Dr. Mammon, too, because really, you the strategic plan that went through so quickly with so many stakeholders, so many voices. You know how to bring people together. There's just so many schools of thought, and you somehow make it work. And the way that you engage with the community, the way you hold your own, but, give everyone a space to feel like they can be heard. I was just about to say, the Chamber of Commerce breakfast that you just hosted, that was really. And,
That was one.
oh, yeah, she almost won musical chairs, yes. But really, I'm really impressed with the work that you have done here.
Good team.
Yeah, we are a good team, even you, Joe. Yeah.
We're your biggest
No,
fan over
you
there.
can, you can tell we have a good team. They're still here at 11:30.
Yes,
Look at
they
them,
are.
look at
They
them.
are. Every single one of them. Yeah.
And his son's making his debut major league.
Oh, yes. How did we forget to say that? Joe's,
He's a pro.
yeah,
No,
Joe's
say
son was
that, because I've
drafted to
been
the
saying
Mets.
it in the streets. Say it. I'm not a Met fan, but I've been telling everyone that we are now half Met. I mean, my husband's a Met fan. Wait, so tell us, Joe.
I might watch a Mets game because of this.
So it's not the major league team. He's making his minor league debut tomorrow down in Port St. Lucie. So I guess I'll be leaving, and I might as well just go straight to the airport.
Sorry, Joe. Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So, thank you, everyone. I know that this is going to be a great start to the school year. I, as a parent, feel very optimistic going into the school year. I can't say that I was in the same space the last few years. And, that's not to put anybody down or anything, but really, this is completely new for me. And I wish all of our staff, our students, our families, and our administrators and all of you a wonderful start to the new school year. I know it's going to be successful because I see the work and the dedication that you've put in, and please know that we're here to support you. And yeah, that's all I've got. All right, motion to adjourn.
Move.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? We are adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.